We are meeting in a different room than we normally do. I am asking all committee members present in the room to be aware that this microphone system is different. I request that you keep the red button, which is speaker on all the time. Keep that unpressed. And when you speak, press the blue button, which will have the microphone picking up your sound. That way we won't have feedback. We don't need to worry about other things. This is a different setup because we are in the finance room, which is where the big boys, as I might say, meet with many, many people. So that's where we are today. Before we get going, I have a few announcements. If you're using devices, try to turn the mute on. I think the microphones might take care of that in this room. Speak clearly, please, everybody in the room, because soft voices may be heard, but hard to understand. The committee room will be muted at lunch. We have a sign-in sheet for people who want to register an opinion or speak. It was closed off at 8 a.m. this morning. If you sign in after that time, I won't have your name on a list, but you will be able to be recognized during the Zoom platform. If you want to register your opinion or sign up that you have spoken, if you hadn't beforehand, you can do so until 11:59 tonight. In regards to this particular meeting, as chair of the Election Law Committee, I find that due to the state of emergency declared by the governor as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic and in accordance with House Rule 67 and the governor's emergency order number 12 pursuant to Executive Order 2020-04, this public body is authorized to meet electronically. This is a public hearing on bills referred to the committee and scheduled in the House calendar for today. An executive session may be held on any bill referred to the committee. Please note that there is no physical location for members of the public to observe and listen contemporaneously to this meeting. However, in accordance with the emergency order, I am confirming that all members of this committee and select legislative staff have the ability to communicate contemporaneously during this meeting through the Zoom electronic meeting platform, and the public has access to contemporaneously listen and, if necessary, participate in this meeting by the Zoom platform or by telephone. All necessary access information has been made available in the House calendar and through the electronic calendar on the General Court website. The notice for this meeting complies with House rules and RSA 91A, and if anyone has problems accessing this meeting, please call 271-3600 or email hcs@leg.state.nh.us. In the event the public is unable to access the meeting will be adjourned and rescheduled. Please note that all votes that are taken during this meeting shall be done by roll call vote. Before we start the roll call attendance, I ask that you all join me in a pledge of allegiance, and we will begin our official business. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Before we begin the roll call, I would like to welcome Representative Murray to our group. Representative Murray will be with us today and Wednesday as a substitute for members who are not able to attend. Representative Murray is not a stranger to the Election Law Committee room, having sat in it before. So welcome back. And at this time, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll to get our meeting started.
Representative Bergeron.
I am present. I'm calling in from home. There was no one else in the room with me at the present time.
Representative Berry.
Here.
Representative Cody.
Here.
Representative Freitas.
Here. In my home.
Here.
Here.
Representative
Representative Groen.
Here.
Thank you.
Representative Hamblett.
Here, I'm in my home and my son is in another room.
Thank you. Representative Hamer.
You need to unmute. You're all set. Representative Hamer, if you could just, here you go.
I'm here.
Morning.
Okay. Representative Hayward.
Here.
Representative Lane.
Continue.
Representative McDonald.
Here.
Representative Mooney.
Here.
Representative Muirhead,
Present and alone, thank you.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien,
She's not here.
Representative Quayle,
Here.
Representative Sandler,
I don't see her.
Representative Sandler,
She's not on.
Representative Sweeney,
Here.
Representative Trozian,
Here.
Representative Murray.
Here in my home.
I'm here.
Is that it?
Yes. All
Okay.
set.
All right, thank you, everybody. Before we get going with the first public hearing, I want to sort of go through what the business this week for the committee is going to be. We have public hearings this morning on, of course, now I've lost the list, 429, 362, 508, 554, 531, 535, and 538. I tried to have bills heard on the same day that dealt with the same issue. Last week, we heard a lot about absentee ballot bills. This is a lot about requirements and things related to actual voting. Later today, we will be having executive session. I'm calling these out because some of these bills made it into the calendar, some did not. It's my understanding that there might have been a little glitch between the logging system that staff uses and the calendar. But due to the notices, we're going to be able to proceed with our business. And I'll announce this again at the end of the meeting. Today, we will be dealing with 61, 144, 285, 291, 292, 327, 406, 537, 372, 480, 491, 516, and 524. Remaining bills, and again, we'll go through this at the end of the session, that will be dealt with on Wednesday, not necessarily to be dealt with in this order, are SB 43, SB 2, 531, 535, 538, 554, 429, 362, and 508. There 327 and 98 are also going to be addressed, I think, today in some form. So we'll go through that again at the end of the meeting, but because the calendar didn't have everything specifically listed, I wanted to go through that. All right, so for public hearings this morning, the first public hearing that we have this morning is HB 429 relative to, hold on, let me switch something here. Sorry, everybody.
And Madam Chairman, while there's a brief break, I just want to point out that Representative Lane has joined us by phone.
Thank you, Representative Lane. Welcome. And Representative Prudhomme O'Brien joins us in the room. Again, I'm going to ask, remind committee members in the room that your microphones should have both the blue and the red button in the up position. And when you speak, press the blue position. And when you release your finger from the blue, the microphone will be shut off. HB 429 has been noticed for 9:30. It is relative to college or university student voting. The prime sponsor on this bill is Representative Baldassaro. He joins us here this morning. Good morning, Representative Baldassaro. You are with us. I believe, are you by phone?
Okay, here we go.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I am in my office. For the record, Representative Al Baldassaro, Rockingham County, District 5, which is Londonderry. The reason I supported this bill and brought it forward was on behalf of some other people that had issues with college students voting. I myself, as a father of about 5 kids that all got degrees, one with a master's, have no problems with college kids voting. The problem I have here is in the state of New Hampshire is non-residents that are voting out of our colleges on election day, and they're becoming that means you're a resident of New Hampshire, and that you should be getting in-state tuition. I know one of my sons that were in Maine. They called him many times there to go and vote in Maine. They offered him pizza, deliver him to the polls, and bring him back, but he already did absentee ballot, for New Hampshire when he was in Maine. So my mentality on this thing here is to make sure that the students that want to become residents of New Hampshire, that they're protected and they do not have to pay out-of-state tuition there, because the schools are working hand in hand with the students and with other groups there to get them out to vote. There was a gentleman who was going to be testifying at Bill Hall from Durham, who called in. He's about 80 years old, but I'm not sure he knows how to use the computer on this here. So hopefully he'll be able to testify on what's gone on at the University of New Hampshire with this voting. The second part of this bill is also, since I sat on the committee on the affidavits and the voter ID years ago, one of the mistakes we made was putting in college IDs into the law, okay, to be shown at the polls. And in my opinion, college IDs should not be used because they're non-resident. Their families are taking tax breaks, while they're in college, just like I did with all 5 of my children, because they went to school out of state. And I know this is a 15-minute, and I'm going to cut it short right there so you can move on and do your business, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Baldessaro. Does anybody have any questions for Representative Baldessaro? I'm not seeing any. Thank you very much. Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Mooney.
Representative Baldessaro, thank you so much for your testimony. Quick question. Do you know how many other states have a similar law to the bill you're proposing?
I don't think there's too many, and most states don't let your non-residents vote in your state. So I don't have those numbers, but I know when I sat on election law, you all probably know better than I do, that, we're one of the very few that allow students that are non-residents to vote.
Thank you. Any further questions? Representative Prudhomme O'Brien.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Does this mean that people who come into the state and want in-state tuition would qualify for in-state tuition right away? They just simply say that they're a New Hampshire resident? Right now, I think the requirement is 6 months of residency before, or a year perhaps. I'm not exactly sure. Perhaps you know, or a speaker down the line will know. But is that what this means?
What this means, in my opinion, is that if you're a student, you come into the state and you go to college, and you're voting in our state, you're saying that you're a resident of New Hampshire, that you plan on staying here. Our law already says within, I think it's 60 days, you're required to get a driver's license. That's already in law. So all this is tightening up our law, is telling these students in the colleges that if you're helping and these students to go vote, then you're helping them become residents. And we thank you for that. Then you should be paying in-state tuition.
Thank you. Further questions for Representative Baldessaro? I'm not seeing any. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
We have a number of people signed up on bills today. Testimony is going to be limited to accommodate everybody on all bills. I will tell you on this bill, we have 18 signed up in support, 457 opposed, and 10 people signed up to testify. Testimony is going to be limited to, I've asked my vice chair to time it at 1.5 minutes. That will end up being at about 2 minutes. Most of these people said 0, 1, or 2 minutes, and that's sort of consistent throughout the morning. So that's where we're going to go for testimony. So I'm going to go through the list of people who has signed up. Is Representative Moffett online? You can raise your hand. Is Deborah Nelson online? You can raise your hand. Is Samantha Paquette online? Is Deborah Nelson, did I just pass over you? There you are. Thank you very much. You're moving around. Ms. Nelson, you are with us. If you unmute, we'll be happy to hear from you. Excuse me, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Deborah Nelson, as you know, and I'm a resident of the town of Hanover, which has a significant college population. And I think it's unfortunate that the issue of in-state tuition is cluttering up access to the polls. And I think that because we have students who pay taxes, they rent, they contribute enormously to the businesses in the town, they serve as volunteers with local school recreation programs, they serve on hotlines for suicide concerns, they are active and involved in our community, they are not seeking any particular break in tuition. And as a former public school teacher who taught civics and American history for 27 years, I think it's critical that we do all we can to ensure everyone has access to voting. And I don't think it's at all inconsistent that students who are living here for 4 years have the ability, should they wish it, to vote in this state. And I thank you for giving me this time. I'm mindful that you don't want people to go on and on. But again, I'm a resident of Hanover, a voter in Hanover, and a complete supporter of access to voting. And again, I think in-state tuition is a completely different piece of an issue. And it certainly does not apply to Dartmouth College. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nelson. Any questions for Ms. Nelson? Representative Barry.
Yes, Ms. Nelson, aside from the part about the college ID, if these students are contributing as much as you say they are, and I have no doubt that they are, why shouldn't we give them in-state tuition? If they're residents of this state and they're contributing and they're tax paying, why should they be denied the same benefit that all other residents are afforded?
Oh, I'm not speaking to that. I don't disagree or have a particular opinion about that. My experience is primarily with students at Dartmouth College, where it's simply not an issue whether they are afforded in-state tuition. I would think that that is a discussion, though, for, I assume, a different committee that is looking at Sununu's plan to combine all the in-state colleges, the community colleges. Tuition seems more appropriate to be in that committee. This is, as far as I'm concerned, about access to voting. It's about being patriotic. It's about doing our civic duty. It's about being consistent with what educators try to encourage, which is students voting and knowing that that's an important civic duty. I'm sorry, I just realized my video wasn't on, and so I popped it on.
That's all right. Thank you. Thank you for your answer, Ms. Nelson. Further questions from the committee? Further questions from the committee? Anybody online? Anybody there? No. Thank you very much, Ms. Nelson, for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
Representative Moffett joins us. Representative Moffett, welcome. I don't know if you heard, but we are limiting testimony to about 1.5 minutes. So welcome.
Roger that. Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, I am Representative Mike Moffett, Merrimack 9, Loudon, Canterbury. I am a member of the subcommittee, legislative subcommittee, looking at the USNH CCSNH merger. Very briefly, HB 429 is an important measure that shines a light where it needs to be shined. If college students are bona fide New Hampshire residents voting for New Hampshire candidates and New Hampshire propositions that affect our state and communities, then they should be treated as New Hampshire voting residents and given in-state tuition. Otherwise, it seems like we're fleecing these voting residents by charging them out-of-state tuition. Conversely, if they are bona fide out-of-staters, then is evidenced by their tuition status, and we need to look at that as well, whether they should be voting in New Hampshire elections or not. I'm sure there's something that's come up in this committee in the past. So anyway, I just encourage the committee to pass this measure and get it to the House floor so that the light can be shined on it. A fuller discussion may be held in a wider venue, and that we look at doing the right thing for New Hampshire voters getting New Hampshire in-state tuition. Thank you.
Thank you. For questions from the committee, Representative DeRozan for Representative Moffett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. The question was asked early to the prime sponsor, and he wasn't sure. I don't know if you might have more data as to what other states allow college students to vote that are still, for tuition purposes, considered to be out of state. Do you have any numbers on what other states allow college students to vote?
Thank you, Representative, for the question. Great question. I did not research that particular point or question. I'm sure it's fairly easy to find on Google. Checking.
Thank you, Representative Moffett, for your question. Further questions for Representative Moffett? I'm not seeing any. Thanks for coming over, I guess, if you say, coming over to the committee this morning on Zoom. Thank you for your testimony. Also signed up to speak this morning was Tom Cronin. Mr. Cronin should be with us as a panelist. And Mr. Cronin, if you unmute, good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Tom Cronin. I'm the Director of Government Relations for the university system. Thank you for having us in this morning to speak with you on this bill. So the university system is opposed to House Bill 429 because of the impact it will have on the cost of public higher education for New Hampshire students and families. There's been some conversation about in-state, out-of-state tuition. So quite simply, the legislature has granted the Board of Trustees the authority to set policy and determine eligibility for in-state tuition rates. At its most basic, our rules require two things. One, that a student or his or her family physically reside in the state for at least 12 consecutive months. And two, they have to reside in New Hampshire for some purpose other than obtaining an education. So you cannot just enroll at a USNH school, move to the state, and basically after your freshman year, apply for in-state tuition. You have to be here for some purpose other than obtaining an education. And it's quite difficult once you've started to sort of convince the trustees and the policymakers that you are here for anything other than tuition if you've already started at the university. A couple years ago, a similar bill to this one was introduced in the state Senate using this bill didn't ask us for a fiscal note, but using the similar calculations as we had done in 2019. The USNH estimate is this would cost about would be about $170 million annual loss in revenue to the system. And in response, the system would be forced to raise tuition and probably reduce financial aid offerings, both of which would have the result of increasing cost of attendance for New Hampshire students. And I'd certainly also point out the in-state tuition differential, the fact that New Hampshire residents do receive an in-state rate is funded by New Hampshire taxpayers. So to the degree that we got rid of essentially any barrier to receiving in-state tuition, taxpayer dollars would then be distributed much more broadly. I'll stop there and would be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Cronin. Questions for Mr. Cronin? Representative Prudhomme O'Brien.
I have a question about out-of-state students who are the children of professors at the university system of New Hampshire. Do they receive New Hampshire in-state tuition rates, or do they pay out-of-state tuition rates?
I would want to confirm this, Representative, but my understanding would be if they are not New Hampshire residents, they would still pay out-of-state rates. There is a tuition discount for faculty and staff. So they would pay a discount on the out-of-state rate, not a discount on the in-state rate.
Representative Barry.
Why is the university system advocating to treat these New Hampshire residents that are attempting to put roots down here? Why are we treating them differently than all other New Hampshire residents? Why are they not the same?
Sure. Thanks, Representative. I appreciate the question. As I said in the testimony, essentially, the legislature has given the board the authority to create in-state, out-of-state policies, determine eligibility. There are two requirements. You have to physically reside in the state for 12 months, and you have to be here for some purpose other than obtaining education.
Further questions? Anybody online? I thought I saw that. Representative Muirhead, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. According to my calculations, sir, there are 42 states that have residency requirements of fewer than 30 days to make someone eligible for voting. Do you know how many of those states connect the residency requirements for voting to the residency requirements for in-state tuition?
Thanks, Representative. I do not. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Further questions for Mr. Cronin? I'm not seeing any. Thank you very much for joining us on this morning, Mr. Cronin. Is Lisa Matthews with us? If she is, if she could please raise her hand. Is Rebecca Corser with us? If she could raise her hand. Is Emily Winfrey with us? If she could please raise her hand. Emily, Ms. Winfrey, I thank you very much for being here this morning and joining us to speak on this bill. If you unmute, you will be with us.
Hi, my name is Emily Winfrey, and I'm testifying today as a resident of Newmarket, as well as a student of the University of New Hampshire. While I do agree that granting in-state tuition status to registered voters would greatly incentivize voter registration as well as civic participation, I believe that the amendments set forth in HB 429 and 432 would exclude and penalize students who elect to live in campus dormitories as part of their college experience. First-year housing programs are designed to ease new students into independent living, as well as establish a sense of community and access to student resources. As an out-of-state student from Michigan, these programs were essential for my educational experience at UNH, as I was far removed from any existing support system. I chose to reside and stay in New Hampshire. But students like me would be forced to choose between educational community experience and civic participation in your state of residence. Considering 96% of first-year students live in on-campus housing at UNH, this bill would greatly restrict voter participation of university students like myself. I do believe that the difficulty of obtaining in-state tuition for legitimate changes in residency needs to be addressed, as even living in New Hampshire for really the entirety of my college experience, I was still ineligible for in-state tuition. I feel that these changes proposed would do little in actuality to increase civic participation.
Thank you very much for joining us, Ms. Winfrey. Does anybody have any questions for Ms. Winfrey? Representative Prudhomme O'Brien.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Winfrey, for your time and your testimony today. Do you believe that it was easier for you to vote in New Hampshire than it would be for you to vote absentee in Michigan, from Michigan, where you are from?
Well, even so, I think it would have probably been as easy to get an absentee ballot, but my intention is and was to reside in New Hampshire. And with that being said, I would have liked to voted in New Hampshire, being a resident.
Thank you. Any other questions for Ms. Winfrey? I'm not seeing any. Thank you very much for joining us. Is Jules Good here with us today? I'm not seeing Mr. Good or Ms. Good. Representative Horgan, are you with us? Yes, you are.
Yes, I am. Yes.
All right. You're with us apparently already. So thank you for joining us. And we're, as you know, we're doing about a minute and a half. So unmute and we're all set.
Okay. Good to be back. And I did submit some written testimony. Representative Baldessaro mentioned his son who went to school in Maine. I was in a similar position back in a very long time ago because my father served in the legislature. And when I was going to school in New York State at Columbia University, I actually did vote absentee because my dad was on the ballot. Later, I then went to grad school at USC in Los Angeles, and my dad doing other things with his life. And I actually immediately registered, and people at my polling place were glad to see students come in. So this is, people actually live in college communities were actually happy to see the students vote. The big problem is, I guess I have some written testimony, and I'll have to skip over some of it. It'll take more than a minute to read it. But first of all, as Mr. Tom Cronin noted, this would throw the chaos of the university into finance the university into chaos. They should be encouraged to vote, but paying them, this should be a $15,000 a year incentive for any students, U.S. citizen, who hasn't been living in New Hampshire to vote, and that's a huge incentive. It's probably illegal too, but it would certainly throw the chaoses of the university into chaos. And then the Board of Trustees would have to approve all these applications. There probably would be hundreds of them. I'd probably like almost every student's U.S. citizen would probably, that's a pretty sweet deal, just filling out a few forms and saving, $60,000 over 4 years. It's also unfair to students who can't register to vote because they're under 18 or because they're non-citizens. And some of those non-citizen students are in fact residents of New Hampshire and qualify for the so-called in-state tuition. It's unfair to students who commute to USNH or CCNH institutions from other states. UNH is one of several, which is actually located near a state line, and it actually is feasible.
Representative Horgan, if you could finish up, that would be great. And we do have your written testimony, as you pointed out, and you very conveniently sent it as an attachment, which was actually very nice. So thank you.
Yes. PDF attachments, which I recommend to everyone.
Very nice.
I have trouble with doc attachments. But anyway, so this is just a ridiculous bill. It would certainly, it's probably illegal and certainly just a terrible idea. And it's also unfair, as I mentioned, people who go to a private school or choose not to go to school. If you want to pay young people $60,000 a year, move here, that's fine. That was way outside the scope of what this committee does. And that's probably cost of that is unimaginable. So anyways, this is a bad bill. And I also,
all right. Thank you, Representative Horgan, for your testimony. I think we've got the idea of your position on this bill. So thank you for your testimony.
One other thing, Mr. Hall is, I think,
and you're all set, Representative Horgan. Does anybody have any questions for Representative Horgan? I'm not seeing any. Thank you for joining us, Representative Horgan. Nice to see you this morning. Is Mr. Barnes with us? Mr. Barnes has signed up to speak on this bill, and I don't see him in attendance. All right, I have a few people with their hands raised. Again, we're holding testimony. If I'm going to ask Hannah Dunleavy, I believe is how you pronounce your last name. You are with us. If you unmute, welcome to the committee in regards to HB 429, Ms. Dunleavy. If you can unmute.
Hi, thank you for having me today. Good morning, Madam Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Hannah Dunleavy, and I'm a student at Dartmouth College. I'm here today to speak in opposition to Bill 362. For years, I've looked forward to my 18th birthday, October 2001, just in time for the presidential election. When I cast my vote on November 3rd, I felt lucky to experience the feeling of fulfillment and partaking in the tradition of representation and civic responsibility. My friends and I stayed up into the early hours of the morning, watching as the results were called out in the election in our dorm's basement. It was exciting and meaningful for all of us, regardless of who we voted for. If House Bill 362 were to pass, thousands of students would not be able to vote in New Hampshire. A significant proportion of New Hampshire's voting population are students, as 74% of New Hampshire is registered to vote and 11% of New Hampshire are students. New Hampshire would lose the enthusiastic students driving voting registrations, campaigning for candidates, and advocating for the causes about which they're passionate. My academic advisor is a New Hampshire state representative, and I was proud to vote for him this fall, feeling confident in his love for his state, intelligence, passion, and work ethic. Yes, these students could vote in the states they grew up in. For my friends and me, though, New Hampshire is becoming our home. We live here, we study here, we work here. New Hampshire is where we've discovered who we are and what we care about. We care about New Hampshire, and our love for the state is reflected in our desire to vote. New Hampshire's policies impact us more than states where we grew up. It is New Hampshire's mountains we see every day and climb on the weekends. We see their natural beauty and environmental value and want to vote to protect them. We care about the New Hampshire communities. We impact the local communities, and they impact us. We want our neighboring local businesses and neighborhoods to thrive, rallying around keeping businesses open with their patrons.
Thank you very much. It sounds like you're reading a very nice tribute to how wonderful our state is. But could you please wrap up in a minute? And if you have the words written down, you could submit them electronically.
Yes. Please oppose this bill, and New Hampshire will continue to benefit from our enthusiasm, commitment, and love for New Hampshire through voting. Like every voter, we just want representation in our wonderful government. Thank you for your time and consideration of my testimony.
Thank you very much. Does anybody in the committee room have any questions for Ms. Dunleavy? Anybody attending electronically? I'm not seeing any. Thank you very much. Also with their hand raised is Miles Brown. Miles Brown, I believe you are with us as a panelist. If you unmute, you can join us, and we have about a minute and a half. If you've submitted written testimony, I'm going to ask that you let us know, or other people who testify, let us know. We have, as I said, received written testimony. Good morning. Welcome.
Good morning, Chairwoman Griffin. I will be brief with my statement here. I want to thank everyone for having me. My name is Miles Brown, and I'm a college student in New Hampshire, and I'm here today to speak in opposition of House Bill 362. Governor Sununu and Secretary of State Bill Gardner agreed that we just had the most secure election in American history. Several measures were put in place to ensure that registered voters could cast their ballots safely and legally right here in New Hampshire. In the months since the election, there have been no substantiated cases of widespread voter fraud in any of New Hampshire's 10 counties, and yet lawmakers in this state use lies of voter fraud to advance legislation that aims to limit eligible voters' constitutional right to vote. This rhetoric sows discord, spreads misinformation, and can even incite violence, as we witnessed at the Capitol on January 6th. In revoking our constitutional right to vote, you are signaling to college students that we are not welcome in this state. You are failing to defend the most fundamental right in democracy, the right to vote. You are failing to serve your constituents. College students across the state demand to have their voices heard. Once again, you are failing to listen. As college students in New Hampshire, we live in New Hampshire. Many of us work jobs, pay taxes, and rent houses in this state. We are valued and contributing members of our communities, and all we ask is that you give us the opportunity to make our voices heard. I believe that every student in New Hampshire deserves the right to vote, and I hope you'll consider what House Bill 362 will mean for thousands of college students who are eager to engage in the political process right here in New Hampshire.
I am terribly sorry, Mr. Brown. I was a little confused by your testimony. We're actually on 429.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Chairwoman.
I think that we've had a couple of people testify as to 362.
Yes.
And we're hearing those comments, and I understand that that was the bill you were talking about, but I'm glad you finally said it, because you're not the first speaker that we've had this morning that I think has been saying that. One of the ways to track the hearings for this committee and other committees is if you're on a gallery view. I don't know whether you get to see the actual room as one of the squares. For example, I'm looking and I see election law, and they will actually try to have the bill that we are discussing on the screen. This is not the first time it's happened, and welcome, and I understand that your testimony would apply to 362.
Yes, I'm so sorry. I saw that the hearing was scheduled to begin at 9:45, so that's why.
That would be your chair's fault for not doing a
No
very
worries. Yeah, I don't know if I could see the 429 when I wasn't a panelist, so my apologies. But
Oh, all right, maybe
I
you
would love
can't.
to speak on House Bill 362, and I know there are a big group of students that are also hoping to speak on that bill as well.
I know, but keep in mind, all right, thank you. We'll address the testimony on 362 when we get to it. Thanks for joining us. All right.
Beautiful, thank you.
Claire Downey also has joined us and has asked to speak to this bill.
I believe she's also speaking to 362, Madam Chairwoman.
All right, Ms. Downey, if that's the case, I am going to move on to the next person who I had a hand up, which was Josh Kalinas. Josh, if you unmute, we are on 429.
Madam Chairwoman, I wish to speak on 362 as well.
Okay, so why don't you mute, and somebody will move you back to an attendee so I know what's going on. And look at that, all my hands have gone away that want to speak on 429. Again, this is a problem with my scheduling, so thanks for your indulgence. Also signed up to say a few words on HB 429 is Deputy Scanlon. Deputy Scanlon, if you unmute, you join us. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I'm David Scanlon, Deputy Secretary of State. And I just quickly wanted to make a comment on the voter ID portion of this bill. When voters go to obtain their ballot, they are already registered to vote. Their qualifications have already been proven to the supervisors of the checklist, and their name is on the checklist. The intent of the voter ID law when obtaining a ballot is simply to be able to identify that voter using the photo on the ID to the individual whose name is on the checklist. So by removing the college and school IDs as an acceptable form of ID for that purpose, the net result is going to be that you're going to have qualified voters going into the polling place that may have no other ID on them in the college towns. And those individuals will end up filling out a challenge voter affidavit and submitting that in lieu of just simply showing a college ID. So I just wanted to make that clarification, Madam Chair, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Deputy Scanlon? Representative Prudhomme O'Brien.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could they still use these IDs to register to vote at their town hall prior to the election? I know my daughter recently did that.
This bill does not change any of the requirements to show proof of identity when registering to vote. So if, and I would have to look through the statute, but if using a college ID as proof of identity to register is acceptable, that does not change.
Further questions for Deputy Scanlon? I'm seeing none. Thank you for joining us. Is there anybody else here who wishes to speak on HB 429? I'm seeing none, so I'm going to close the public hearing on 429. Our next bill we've already referred to is House Bill 362. We are a little behind. A lot of the bills this morning relate to the same things. We saw how confusing it was. We have also received a substantial amount of written input on the bills that we're hearing this morning. I personally think we've actually received the most on this bill, on these bills this morning, rather than any other bill. Testimony of right now, I have 26 people signed up to testify on this bill. If you have submitted written testimony, I'm going to ask that you refer to that because I know a lot of you have. We have received it, and we are going to be holding you to about 1.5 minutes. Most of the people signing up for this have put down 1 minute or 2 minutes. So there are a few 5 minutes, and frankly, I don't see that that is going to be possible in regards to this. So this is House Bill 362, relative to the domicile of students for voting purposes. The prime sponsor of this bill is Representative Silber, and he joins us. And Representative Silber, if you can unmute, I believe you're with us. At least that was I was trying. There you are. Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Representative Norman Silber from Belknap County District 2, towns of Guilford and Meredith. This is dealing with some housekeeping. On RSA 654.1, there is a subdivision that specifically denominates that a student of any institution of learning may lawfully claim domicile for voting purposes in New Hampshire, in which they live while attending such institution, if domicile otherwise meets the requirements of the prior section. Basically, I'm seeking to repeal that section for the following reasons. One of the essential principles of American law is that we are all equal before the law. The equal protection of the law is a very important principle in American law. And whenever we create a special class of people, a special favored class of individuals, it diminishes the rights of others. I believe Representative Barry on a prior hearing indicated that some polling indicated something like 40% of voters in New Hampshire don't trust the voting system. Anytime we create a favored class of people, particularly as to voting rights, it diminishes the voting rights of other people. If college students meet the domicile requirements set forth in the other RSAs and by court cases, they are certainly entitled to vote, no matter whether they go to a state school or a private school. But to have a blanket provision specifically singling them out as having a special right to vote really diminishes the rights of all the rest of our citizens. It's no different than, why don't we have for example, a section of an RSA that says blue-eyed people get special rights to vote, no matter how long they've lived here, or what they do, or whatever. You can do all sorts of absurd type of things, but somehow or another we've created this special class of voters, and it really is unfair to the vast majority of voters. If college students qualify, they qualify. If they don't qualify, they don't qualify. But merely being a college student going to school in New Hampshire shouldn't be the basis for automatically being entitled to vote in New Hampshire matters. Because I've tried to limit my testimony to my presentation to 3 minutes or less. I know you got a lot of people on this, probably mostly college students, so I would like to not take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Silber, for joining us. We do have a number of people signed up to speak on this bill, and I am going to ask if Deborah Nelson is here, if still on the call, if she could raise her hand. Thank you very much. And you join us again here this morning. Welcome. If you can unmute, I think we're all set.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairwoman and committee. And I am, like Miles Brown, probably someone who spoke too much towards this issue before when I thought that we were on that bill. So thank you for the clarification. But again, I do want to speak to this as a resident of the town of Hanover, where Dartmouth College is located. And I want to counter that notion that somehow we are creating a privileged group, because I think that's the way we frighten people into trying to shut down something, to suggest that someone else is losing when someone gains. And frankly, the right to vote is not a lose-win situation. We all have differences of opinion about candidates. That's not an issue. Of course, one candidate will win and another one will lose. But what we are really about, it seems to me, is equitable access to the polls, is about encouraging people who are members of the community to find those ways that they can vote. Dartmouth students contribute to the economic well-being of this community, and that is true in other college towns. They support organizations within the community, from the Cancer Center to the Children's Hospital at Dartmouth. They do research projects that benefit small businesses. They tutor students. They are vitally involved. And giving them the right to vote is about as American as we can be. It is saying, how can we make sure as many people as possible vote and are involved in our political process? To suggest somehow a false equivalency.
Thank you, Ms. Nelson.
Privileging.
Wrap up a little bit.
I'm going to finish my sentence. I'm just going to finish my sentence. To have a false equivalency, to say it's like privileging blue-eyed people or privileging the disabled, we can do better than that in having a discussion. Thank you very much, and I oppose this bill.
Thank you for joining us, and we do recall your testimony on the previous bill. Questions, Representative Terosian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, ma'am, for taking my question. In regard to your statement there, if a Vermont resident, because you're over in that area, comes into New Hampshire and spends money, comes to New Hampshire and works in the Cancer Center and does these other things that some of the students do, but resides in Vermont, should they be allowed to vote in New Hampshire?
Well, you just made that point. They reside in Vermont, and they are usually much more concerned about issues in the state where they reside. Dartmouth students are living here in the state of New Hampshire for 4 years, and if they're going to graduate school, even longer. So I think you're comparing two different things.
Thank you.
With all respect.
Further questions for Ms. Nelson from people in the room or committee members online? Thank you very much, Ms. Nelson. Also signed up to speak on this bill is Bill Kingston. Is Mr. Kingston with us? I do thank you for raising your hand. I'm sort of getting this down finally at this point in the session as to raising hands. And Mr. Kingston, if you can unmute yourself, you are with us.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, the stated purpose of this bill is to repeal the consideration of a student's educational institution as his or her place of domicile for voting purposes. Disenfranchising voters is clearly unconstitutional. In order to get around that, the proposed legislation has to be carefully crafted. This bill fails to do that. Within the language of the bill are a number of accepted proofs of residency. If this bill passes, all the student has to do is obtain a document, and I quote, from a person who is listed on such document or other reasonable proof of ownership or control of the property, attesting that you reside at that address, signed by that person or his or her agent who manages the property. In other words, any person with some level of responsibility, such as a dorm manager, an elected frat house officer, or the person who signed the lease on an apartment, can attest to the student's residence. The students who live at home and commute to school will simply register to vote in their home precincts. This bill fails in its intent and is another poorly crafted bill that should go nowhere. I am opposed to this bill.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Kingston. Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Kingston in the committee room or attending through Zoom? I'm not seeing any. Thank you for joining us. Also signed up to speak on this bill is Amanda Toll. Amanda, you join us now. If you unmute, you are with us. Ms. Toll, you are with us.
Can you hear me? Yep, can you hear me?
We can.
Awesome. Honorable members of the Election Law Committee, my name is Amanda Elizabeth Toll, and I represent Cheshire 16, which encompasses the city of Keene at large. I'm here today to testify in opposition to HB 362. HB 362 will have a significant impact on student voters, serving to disenfranchise them. I represent many Keene State and Antioch University students, and I care about their ability to participate in the democratic process. As a community, they contribute substantially to both our economy and culture, and they deserve a voice in the conversation about the laws and policies that will impact them. Our goal should be to expand access to democracy, not to make it harder for folks to vote. I urge you to vote against HB 362 and against all other bills coming up before you that attack student voting rights. Thank you for hearing my testimony. I'll defer questions.
Thank you very much for joining us this morning. I wasn't sure what you said. Does anybody have any questions for Representative Toll? And I apologize that I didn't catch that you were a representative. It's nice to have you be a part of this body.
I'm not going to take questions, but thank you very much for hearing my testimony.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Mr. Emmons, I believe, Norman Emmons has signed up to speak on this bill. Is Mr. Emmons with us? I'm not seeing. Is Heath Howard here with us? Thank you very much for raising your hand. Miss, you are with us, and if you unmute, we welcome. Good morning.
Good morning. Hello, my name is Heath Howard. I am a 20-year-old college-age student I've lived in New Hampshire my entire life. And one of the things that I really wanted to bring up to your attention is in 2017, SB 3 was brought into law, and that dealt with an amendment to RSA 654, which is the same amendment or the same that HB 362 would be amending. So in RSA 259.23, there is a definition of domicile. And the reason that SB 3 was brought up was to make it so that it matched the definition in 259. So why was there any discussion about changing it after just about 4 years now, from 2017 to 2021? it makes zero sense that something that was changed to be in line with one another would be changed again to fit so that students would be ineligible. This is a bill that is brought up for political reasons to prevent students from voting, and it is wrong based off of that. As we know, students live a minimum of 9 months a year. That's August through December and February through May in New Hampshire. And they designate their dorms as a place of an abode, and it's their primary place of physical presence. So since the definition of 259 is, which I'm using because it will remain unaltered no matter the outcome of the passage of HB 362, would that domicile definition, as it states, a natural person taking up residence in a town or city within the state and includes but is not limited to occupying a primary place of habitation, does that not meet that definition? And in Article 11, it's any inhabitant who is domiciled here in the state has the right to vote.
Thank you, Mr. Heath. If you could wrap it up, that would be great.
All right, I am concluded.
I didn't, Mr.
I have concluded. That's...
Oh, all right. Okay, thank you. Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Howard? I'm not seeing any. Thanks for joining us then this morning. I believe Ben Creamer has signed up to join us this morning, and you are with us. Welcome.
Yes, thank you. And it's Kramer, just for the record.
Kramer, thank you for that.
It's spelled weird, no worries. Yeah, good morning. My name is Ben. I'm 23. I graduated from UNH in 2019. I live in Newmarket now. I'm here to testify in opposition to HB 362. It's my goal to briefly share my personal story to illustrate some of the realities of being a modern young person and a college student that this bill completely fails to understand, making it undeniably bad policy. So to briefly share my story, I grew up in Southeast Connecticut. It was a fine place, but a place I knew I did not want to live after high school. I made that choice pretty early on. At 17, I got into UNH, and I came to live in New Hampshire for the first time at 18. I was excited to live in a new place and get to know a community as an adult for the first time. 2016 election season rolls around. That was quite the experience for me. Being new to New Hampshire, as I'm sure you all know, the special time a presidential election year is in New Hampshire. And I voted for the first time ever in my life, being just 18 in that 2016 election. On election day, I registered day of in person to vote in Durham. It was fast, easy, satisfying. I was excited to do this in a new place I called home. And I'm sharing this story to share that like the experience of being 18 and 19 and moving from your hometown for the first time is one that thousands of people in this state are currently living, and one that you members of the committee might share or had shared at one point. I would challenge you to think back to that feeling. When I was 18, I had made the choice that I was not going to live where I grew up. But I had no idea where I wanted to live instead. The only thing that was certain was I would spend more than 9 months of my next 4 years living in New Hampshire. And potentially longer than that, you know, if it took longer to finish my degree or if I wanted to stay here after, like I had chose and still live here. When it came to voting, I understood that I was being asked a very basic question. Do you want to participate in the governance of your community? My answer was yes. And the community I wanted to participate in was obviously the community I was now living in for the vast majority of my year. Yeah, I left New Hampshire during some summers to work. That's a normal thing that people do. People have to work jobs in the summer to be able to afford to go to school here. That's fine, normal. People travel for work all the time. Sometimes it's extended periods of time. It seems to me the question this bill asks is essentially, should students be able to vote in New Hampshire or presumably be forced to vote in the town that they were last living in or not vote at all? If my parents had moved while I was in college to a completely new place, where would I vote then? I would not have an address in Connecticut. Why is it more
Mr. Kramer, if you could wrap it up, that would be great.
Yeah, I'll make my last point.
Okay.
Why is it more correct for me to vote in the town in which my parents live and not the town in which I currently live? There's no other time we consider someone's previous address to be more important than their current address for this. If the intention of this bill is to improve the quality or function of New Hampshire elections, it simply does not accomplish that. The intention of this bill is to disenfranchise young people and change the electorate for the GOP's political gains. Have the decency to be honest about that. Either way, it's bad policy, and we should oppose it. I would urge every committee member to oppose this bill. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Kramer. Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Kramer? I'm not seeing anybody. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Kramer. Also signed up to speak on this bill is Helen Barkworth. Is Helen Barkworth with us? If she could raise her hand through the wonders of the electronic platform we are on. And Ms. Barkworth, I do see that you're with us. If you unmute, welcome.
Good morning. My name is Helen Barkworth. I am a resident of East Hampstead, New Hampshire, and I am testifying in opposition to.
It happens to all of us, Ms. Barkworth. It's okay. The dog.
I am testifying in opposition to HB 362. I was a freshman at the University of New Hampshire in 2016. It was my first time voting in any election, as I had just turned 18 years old. I was 50 minutes away from home and in an unfamiliar environment. However, the community that I found at UNH made it so I never felt alone in that historical election. Freshmen are not allowed car access on campus, and I could not always count on my parents to be able to drive that long distance, especially because Election Day is not a holiday in this state. Had it not been for my ability to register in the town of Durham for voting, I would have missed some of the most vital elections in the past 4 years. We are brought up to understand that our right to vote in the US is sacred. We are taught that it is one of the things that makes this country great. When the officials in office write up bills that make voting more difficult, I struggle to believe the legitimacy of the values we were taught as children. If voting is all the adults in our lives told us it was, then that right must be given to us in full, with no restrictions that would make it less accessible for some of us. This bill is furthermore both classist and ableist. It completely excludes groups of people who are not able to access off-campus voting, and I wholeheartedly oppose this bill. I will not be taking questions.
Thank you, Ms. Barkworth, for joining us this morning. I also have signed up to speak on this bill Ken Barnes. Is Mr. Barnes with us this morning? He was able to be with us on Friday. I do not see him here this morning. Is Jose or Josie Pinto with us here this morning? And I apologize for not being certain how to pronounce the name. Thank you for joining us on the electronic platform. I believe if you unmute, you should be able to join us this morning. Welcome again to election. Good morning.
Good morning, and it's Josie Pinto. I'm a resident of Dover, and I'm here on behalf of New Hampshire Youth Movement, testifying in opposition to HB 429, as well as 554 and 362. I urge you all to not make it harder for students to vote here in New Hampshire. Whether you realize it or not, these attacks send a strong message to the young people who are choosing to live and pursue their education here in New Hampshire, that their voices aren't welcomed and that our state doesn't want them to participate in our democratic process. The fact is, New Hampshire is already the highest exporter of young people in the country, and we need to be doing everything we can to ensure young people are able to invest in a future here. Getting involved in politics can be a pathway towards young people growing their personal stake in living here. And as people who spend the majority of their years here, they deserve the right to vote and participate in issues that would directly impact them. This is often the first time they've come of eligible voting age, and that means it doesn't make sense for them to vote in a state they've never been involved in the politics of. I know when I went to college, my mom took the opportunity to move to another state. So with this bill, that would have left me without a place to vote at all. Is that really what we want for people who are newly coming into the ability to participate in our democracy? I urge you all to do everything you can to make our state more equitable for the young people who live, go to school, work, and want to see a future for themselves here. Please vote ITL on these bills and OTP for HB 538. Our democracy is strongest when we all have a fair chance of being part of it. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Josie, for joining us again here at Election Law. Does anybody have any questions for Ms. Pinto here or online? I'm not seeing any, so thank you.
Thank you.
Also signed up to join us this morning is Rachel Horn. Ms. Horn, I believe you are with us. If you unmute, welcome to the committee and the hearing on HB 362.
Yes, good morning, Madam Chairwoman and members of the committee. Thank you so much for having me today. My name is Rachel Horn. I am a student at Dartmouth College, and I'm here in opposition of House Bill 362. As a student at Dartmouth College, I'm an active member of the Hanover community. From going to restaurants to forming relationships while hiking with other New Hampshire residents, my life is directly bound to New Hampshire. And every day, Dartmouth students give their energy and resources to the Hanover community and ought to have a voice in how the town and state are governed. Students should be treated as equal members of the state, regardless of where we grew up. We all live in Hanover now, receive mail in Hanover, recognize Hanover as our home. Out of love for this community, we deserve the right to vote here in a state we love so much. As the home of the first presidential primary, New Hampshire is a unique place to engage with politics. Young people eager to get involved with American governance are attracted to New Hampshire for this very reason, but without student voting rights, aspiring politicians and changemakers lack the incentive to move here. New Hampshire's motto, live free or die, speaks to the importance of voting rights. To live free is to have a voice in how you live. Voting grants students the opportunity to live free in their home state. Thank you for your time. I will not be taking questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Okay, also signed up to speak is Joshua Kalionis, I believe. Again, I hope I pronounced your name correctly. Let me see if I can find you under the attendees. Raise your hand, please. Oh, there you are. Okay, I see you.
Yes, I'm here. Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Josh Kalianos, and I'm here in opposition to HB 362. I'm a Dartmouth student and New Hampshire taxpayer. As you know, New Hampshire Supreme Court requires that private universities in the state pay property tax, and God knows that bill is passed on to me through tuition. But I'm also here to say that my choice to live and work at school is no different from the choice to rent an apartment or home. This bill tells students that their rights conferred by residency are contingent on who their landlord is. This distinction is critical and meaningless because students who choose to live on campus are no more or less connected to the state than those who sign a lease. We all have a set graduation date. I'm here to testify because my experience over the last year shows how unwieldy the new law will be. Last spring, I rented an apartment in the state for the first time. I was not enrolled in classes and I worked at a firm in Hanover. At the height of the pandemic, I signed up to be a disaster relief worker through New Hampshire Responds. For all intents and purposes, I was not a student at the time. Yet I remained registered to vote here. I went to virtual town meeting. You get the idea. However, had I needed to change my voter registration this January, when I moved back into on-campus housing, this bill would have said I am no resident. Seriously? Mr. Silber, tell that to my New Hampshire driver's license and car registration. Tell that to my disaster relief registration. This bill draws a meaningless distinction between on-campus and off-campus housing. It attacks those of us who live on campus who have the longest remaining tenure in the state, because those are frequently the youngest students. I think the transient's explanation for this bill is completely wrong, and I ask Mr. Silber to state a valid explanation for this bill before proceeding out of committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kalianos. Are you taking questions?
I will.
Any questions from Mr. Kalianos? From members here in the committee room or online? I am seeing none. So thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay, also signed up to speak is Kelly Zeilman. Let me see if I can find you. Are you with us, Ms. Zeilman? Yeah, there you are. Okay. Okay, Ms. Zeilman, I've just promoted you. If you unmute, you should be able to speak.
Good morning. My name is Kelly and I am a college student in New Hampshire. I'm here today to speak in opposition of House Bill 362. I am a US citizen and over the age of 18, which gives me the right to vote. As a college student, I don't have one place where I live the entire year, but New Hampshire is where I spend the most time out of anywhere, and it's where I call home. My freshman year, I spent the fall, the winter, and the spring in Hanover, New Hampshire. I spent the summer working in Texas and maybe cumulatively a total of a month in Connecticut where I grew up during breaks. My sophomore and junior year have been interrupted by COVID, but I'm still going to spend more time in New Hampshire than any other place. I don't own a house in New Hampshire and I don't have a car registered here, but that's because I'm 20 years old and I don't have those things in any other state either. But I live in New Hampshire, I work in New Hampshire, and the laws in New Hampshire affect me. By taking away my right to vote in New Hampshire, you're taking away my right to vote because I don't have somewhere else that I feel like is the place that I live. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Zalman. Are you taking questions? Okay, guess not. Okay. Also signed up to speak is Miles Brown. Mr. Brown, let me promote you to panelist. Okay, Mr. Brown, I believe if you unmute, you can speak.
Thank you so much for having me today. I already spoke earlier and read most of my testimony, but I will just conclude with the final few paragraphs here. In revoking our constitutional right to vote, this committee would be signaling to college students that we are not welcome in this state. You are failing to defend the most fundamental right in a democracy, the right to vote. You are failing to serve your constituents, college students across the state that demand to have their voices heard. But once again, you are failing to listen. As college students in New Hampshire, we live in New Hampshire. Many of us work jobs, pay taxes, and rent houses in this state. We are valued and contributing members of our communities, and all we ask is that you give us the opportunity to make our voices heard. New Hampshire is my home. That is why I am here today. I believe that every student in New Hampshire deserves the right to vote, and I hope you'll consider what House Bill 362 will mean for the thousands of college students who are eager to engage in the political process right here in New Hampshire, their home. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Are you taking questions?
Yes, I will.
Any questions for Mr. Brown in the committee room or online? I'm seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Thank you.
Okay, also signed up to speak is Sophia Okay. And again, I apologize if I mispronounced your name. Just a moment, let me promote you to a panelist. Okay, Ms. Bokay, you've been promoted. You've unmuted. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, members of the committee, and thank you for having me today. My name is Sophia Bokay, and I'm a student at Dartmouth College. I'm here today to speak in opposition of House Bill 362. This bill promises to take away my right to vote in New Hampshire. Quite frankly, it is absolutely egregious that this body seeks to silence my vote, my voice. I came to the Granite State in the fall of 2020, eager to participate in the electoral process. New Hampshire is my home. For the foreseeable future, I will spend the vast majority of my time in Hanover. My primary legislative advocacy will be focused on New Hampshire politics, yet this bill will steal my right to vote for the candidates I support here, whoever they may be. I have only voted once in an election, and I did so in Hanover, New Hampshire, using a ballot with the New Hampshire state seal at the top. And I can say with absolute certainty that that moment in which I exercised my civic duty for the very first time was the highlight of my year. The pride I felt when handing my ballot to the town clerk was enormous, not simply because it was my first time voting, but because I was voting for candidates I cared about. Students like me who are domiciled at their college or university are not ignorant of New Hampshire politics, nor careless with their vote. I voted in New Hampshire because I care and because I am deeply concerned about the policies that affect me and my life here. And if the intent of this bill is to deter those like me who are informed and careful with their vote, well, I respectfully urge you all to reconsider the bill's merit. As citizens of the United States, we should all be actively involved in uplifting voices, not silencing them. This bill treats voting like a privilege, but it is a federally mandated right, and I will continue to fight for my right to vote as long as it is threatened here in New Hampshire, my home. Thank you for your time and consideration of my testimony.
Thank you, Ms. Bokay. Any questions for Ms. Bokay from committee members here in the room or online? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Also signed up to speak is Claire Downey. Ms. Downey, I see you got your hand raised and it appears you've already been promoted to panelist. If you unmute, go ahead.
Hi, yes, thank you. My name is Claire Downey, and I'm a student at Dartmouth College. I'm here today to speak in opposition of House Bill 362. I believe that voting is one of the most important parts of the democratic process and the best way to have our voices as citizens heard. I'm passionate about the state of New Hampshire, where I'm proud to live and attend college, and I know that I'm able to make change for this state through my right to vote. During my time at Dartmouth, it has been an incredible experience to get involved with politics in New Hampshire and see how the policies here affect the lives of citizens every day. Casting my ballot in New Hampshire in the 2020 election was an incredible experience as I understood the power of my vote and the real change it was going to affect. The process of voting in New Hampshire was incredibly accessible, making it easy for me to exercise one of the most important democratic American processes. I believe that it is essential to protect student voting rights to uphold the values of freedom and democracy that are so essential to the New Hampshire spirit. I will not be taking any questions today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Okay, also signed up to speak on this bill is Hannah Dunleavy. Ms. Dunleavy, let me find you.
Hello again.
Thank you.
I already gave my testimony, but I would like to reiterate how important New Hampshire is to Dartmouth students. It is our home. It's where we work, where we study, where we're discovering who we are, and where we're making our friends. I urge you to oppose this bill so that New Hampshire can continue to benefit from our enthusiasm, commitment, and love for New Hampshire through voting. Like every voter, we want representation in our wonderful government. Thank you for your time and consideration of my testimony.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, can I just interject briefly to let you know that Representative Sandler has just joined us. She had some technical issues, but she is here now, and you may want to do her attendance.
Oh, sure. Madam Clerk, can you handle that? Thank you very much. Okay, also signed up to speak, and I'm assuming the previous Ms. Dunleavy was not taking questions. Actually, I will turn the chair back over to Jim at this point.
Thank you. Jacqueline Gampy, are you with us here today to speak on this bill? I'm not seeing her. Michael Shannon, are you with us today? There you are. Well, thank you for joining us. I have hopefully hit the right button so that you can join us with audio if you unmute.
Hi, I am here as a student at Plymouth State University to testify to oppose this bill. So voting is one right we have as American citizens to participate in our democracy. As an out-of-state college student, taking away my ability to vote in the state that I spend basically all of my time shows how careless and out of touch you guys really are. I live in this state, shop in this state, and I take advantage of everything it has to offer. And this really makes me feel as if none of that matters and you're kind of just using me for my money. Allowing out-of-state students to vote is necessary, and we really should have a voice in the community that we reside in. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. Mr. Shannon, I don't usually like questions, but I would like to ask you one. Why is it that you describe yourself as an out-of-state student? Do you live here or do you live out of state?
I am from Connecticut and go to school here.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Shannon? I'm not seeing any. So thank you for joining us. Also signed up to speak on this bill is Dow Drucker. Dow Drucker, you have joined us, and if you unmute, I think we're all set. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chairwoman and members of the committee. My name is Dow Drucker, and I'm a resident of Durham and a current graduate student at the University of New Hampshire. And I urge this committee to oppose HB 362. I also want to extend my opposition to both HB 429 and 554. As a lifelong resident of New Hampshire, this legislation may not impact me directly, but it will impact many in my community. As a college student, member of the UNH community, and someone who deeply cherishes our democratic process, this legislation disturbs me. As an undergraduate, I had the privilege of living with my parents in New Hampshire to save money on college costs. As a graduate student, I began renting an apartment in Durham, where I'm currently registered. However, not everyone is afforded the same economic and familial privileges as myself. As off-campus housing prices skyrocket, students are left with few housing options outside of on-campus dormitories. Additionally, not everyone has the luxury of affording a vehicle that they can then register. Not only does this bill discriminate against the youth vote, but it disproportionately targets students who are economically disadvantaged. By prohibiting educational institutions as a student's place of domicile for voting purposes, this legislation is nothing more than a desperate attempt to concentrate political power and purge youth voters from participating in the democratic process. Instead of discouraging student voters in the state, there needs to be more of an effort to provide adequate voting resources that make it easier for college students to participate. Instead of attacking students' interest in civic engagement, we should be rewarding it. College students are an integral part of the broader Granite State community, and they deserve to be recognized as such. Thank you for your time, and I will not be accepting any questions.
Thank you very much. That was Dow Drucker speaking in regards to his opposition on 362 and some other bills that we're hearing here this morning also. Also signed up to speak this morning is Eric Heinritz. I'm sure I did not pronounce that correctly. And thank you very much for joining us electronically. And I believe if you unmute, you will be with us with beautiful scenery behind you. If you unmute, you'll be with us. Thank you.
There. Good morning, Chair Griffin, Vice Chair McDonald, and honorable members of the Election Law Committee. I speak to you in opposition of House Bill 362, also 429 and 554. But specifically 362, which strikes the use of an institution of higher learning for establishing domicile, obviously creates a weird special treatment of dorms apart from all other rental properties in the state. If we rent a dorm on our college campus, that would be our college address. But in regards to residency, how is this room any different from any other room rented in the state? We still live and work in the state. We spend large sums of money in the state. Through this investment of time and money, we create jobs, join churches, contribute to civic organizations, and participate in the community of this state, just like every other resident. To put this law in a different light, if my parents were to live in New Hampshire, but I attended school in Texas, except for winter break and the odd summer vacation, I could still vote in New Hampshire and influence the laws while only being beholden to them for a few weeks a year. Meanwhile, a student who lives here could see their right to vote stripped away. It's not as if we're sneaking across the Connecticut River in the dead of night to collude with the little old ladies in the clerk's office. I also hear a lot of talk about how we're going to spend 4 years here, but that denies that many of us plan to set our lives down here and spend far longer in the state, like myself. Why should we be treated differently than any other resident in the state? New Hampshire needs more young, skilled, and devoted residents as are attracted to the state's institutions of higher learning. It is a powerful choice on the part of a student to choose New Hampshire as their home and establish domicile. Now we are faced with a powerful choice of whether we should disenfranchise these very members of the community. When I first arrived in this state, I was proud of the motto, live free or die, a strong message of values, convictions, and determination not only to protect our own rights, but all those around us. If I live, work here, and attend church, contribute to tax revenue, and choose New Hampshire as my home, beholden to all of our laws, and yet I'm deprived of electoral influence over those laws, I think that's nothing short of tyranny. And I urge you to give an unfavorable report on House Bill 362. Thank you for your time. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you for speaking and thank you for taking questions. Does anybody have any for Mr. How do you pronounce your last name? I'm sorry. I'm sure.
Oh, so sorry. Hernowitz.
Hurwitz?
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Anybody have any questions for Mr. Hurwitz? I'm not seeing any. Thanks for joining us this morning. Also signed up to speak this morning on this bill was Lisa Matthews. If Lisa Matthews is with us, could she please raise her hand? Grace Murray also signed up. And Ms. Murray, thank you for negotiating our electronic system. I believe you are with us. And if you unmute, welcome to the Election Law Committee.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you so much for having me. I'm Grace Murray, a student at Plymouth State University. I believe voting is an integral part of our system. It gives the residents the chance to have their voices heard. Voting is the best way to ensure the community's wants and needs are being represented. Students live at their school. We take part in the community. We visit the local businesses and we pour our money into the economy. We have a right to have our voices heard in the community we live in. I live in Plymouth. Yes, I go to school there, but I also know the locals. I love the town and I support the businesses. College students are residents of the town. It's our home. Taking away the right for members of a community to vote is morally reprehensible. We pour your coffee, we bag your groceries, we serve your dinner. College students, whether they previously lived out of state or not, are an important part of the community, and it's about time that that was understood. Students deserve a say. Our voices will demand to be heard. We deserve a voice, and we deserve a vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much for joining us this morning, Ms. Murray. Does anybody have any questions for Ms. Murray? Anybody attending electronically have a question? I'm not seeing any, so thanks very much for joining us. David Millman has signed up to speak this morning, and he joins us this morning, and I believe if he unmutes, he will be with us. There you are, Mr. Millman, welcome.
Sorry, I have a wrong background on. Sorry about that.
Well, wait a minute. Now I have to ask, what are you running for?
I'm running for Hanover Select Board, but this is not relevant to my testimony. I would be testifying regardless. Thank you to the chair and members of the committee for allowing me to testify. My name is David Millman, and I am, because of the location, a Dartmouth student. I understand and appreciate the timing concerns, so I just want to give a very quick testimony against the bill. I love this country, and I really believe that one of the most patriotic things someone can do is to vote. When I walk around my campus and see the American flag, I feel pride because I know that we in this country stand for democracy. It's my civic duty to engage in the political process of my community, and I know this is exactly what countless men and women have fought for. Make sure that every voice is heard, whether those voices are popular or not. This bill repeals a section that clarifies the right to vote. That section is not about creating a separate class of voters, but making sure that everyone who lives here has the same opportunity to vote. I'm a college student, and I have the honor a select number of students in the country have because right now I'm able to call New Hampshire home. I vote here because I care about the state. I urge everyone present to vote no on this bill and any other similar bills. There's also, I believe, a public health consideration because I think that this bill would make it harder for college students to get the COVID vaccine eventually when inventory allows in phase 3B. So that would, not having that clarified would encourage unvaccinated students to travel across the state rather than being vaccinated in their college. I'm open to all questions, but honestly, you'll probably not get technical satisfactory answers. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Millman? Anybody attending electronically? All right, Mr. Millman, before you go though, I want to tell you good luck on your race. I was on a board of selectmen for 12 years. Have you been on the board or is this your first time?
This is my first time. Thank you so much.
All right, well, if you make it after a couple of months, I'd love to hear from you to find out what you think. All right.
Well, I hope this bill doesn't pass because then I will not be able to run. if that's additional consideration of the committee. Thank you.
Okay. I'm not sure I understand that, but maybe we'll talk about it in executive session. Thank you. Again, I have a Samantha Paquette signed up to speak on this bill, and I am not seeing her. I do have Representative Horrigan and Representative Baldessaro with hands raised. Oh, I'm sorry. Henry Clementowitz had signed up to speak on this bill. Mr. Clementowitz, are you here? There you are. Thank you. I'm sorry. I I almost missed you. So welcome to election law. You're with us.
Yes. Good morning, members of the House Election Law Committee. My name is Henry Clementowicz, and I am a lawyer with and a lobbyist for the American Civil Liberties Union of New Hampshire, which is a nonpartisan, nonprofit civil rights organization. I'm not going to repeat any of my written testimony, so instead I thought I would just respond to a point made by the prime sponsor of this bill in his testimony. And RSA 654(1)A, in fact, does not create a special class of voters for college students. And that statute was recently interpreted by the New Hampshire Supreme Court in May in Casey versus Gardner. And the New Hampshire Supreme Court determined that every college student who registers to vote, like every other person who registers to vote, meets the same residency obligations as anyone else in the state. And so the meaning of the statute has been interpreted, and it does not put special solicitude on college students to be able to vote. In fact, HB 362 would do the opposite, because, as so many before me have said, it would remove, as a consideration for domicile purposes, the maintaining of a college dorm address. So I'm happy to take questions if there are any, and I refer the committee to my written testimony as well. Thank you very much.
Any questions from committee members in the room or attending online? I'm not seeing any. Thank you, Mr. Clementowicz, for joining us this morning. Representative Horgan, I see that you have your hand up. If you unmute, I think you will be all set. Representative Horgan, I think you are unmuted. If you want to proceed, this is House Bill 362.
Yes, I know. I continue to be Representative Timothy Horgan. I continue to represent Stratford District 6, the towns of Durham and Madbury, and I did send in written testimony in PDF form, but you probably didn't receive it until after you're already there. The question that came up, well, my main point is students have the same voting rights as any other citizens, as Attorney Clementowicz said. And by the way, we both, although it's years apart, we both went to the same undergraduate college, Columbia University in New York City. And we both had parents who were in the legislature at the time, though I don't know whether he voted in New York City or in Nashua. But certainly there were, even back in the mid 70s, there were many students on campus who were registered to vote at their on-campus addresses. It was allowable in New York State, and actually every state back then. It's been the way since the voting rights law in the mid 60s. And at Columbia actually even had a polling place on campus, which didn't just serve the campus, also some of the surrounding community. But yes, that's nothing new. So anyway, students have the right to vote in the community they live. Attending a local college university is as valid a reason as any other for moving to a community. And as other people have pointed out, most students vote and do other things in the community. They don't spend all their time going to school. So an on-campus or off-campus student dwelling is as good a place as any live. It's as valid as any other place where people may live. And also college is also a time when students develop new lifelong habits, and voting is a good habit. So we should be encouraging them to vote. Finally, and as you mentioned, under both federal and state law, students have the right to vote where they live. That's been the case, well, especially since the voting rights law, but in New Hampshire even before that. And I'll mention two landmark federal decisions. The 1972 Neuberger versus Peterson case. Neuberger actually was a student at Dartmouth College, and Peterson was Walter Peterson, the governor. That was a Dartmouth student who had no back home.
Thank you, Representative Horgan. That is a much cited case here in the Election Law Committee. If you could wrap up, that would be great. And I know it was in your PDF.
And also mention the Sims versus United States decision. And finally, if it's a good idea, there's a drafting error. It takes out RSA 654(1), Roman numeral 1, along with Roman numeral 1A. So that I'm not sure why it was written that way, but I'm opposed to the bill, so it's a moot point for me. But if you do go forward, you might want to look into whether that was the right way to draft it. So anyways, I urge you to ITL it. Thanks.
Thank you. If there's any questions for Mr. Horgan? for Representative Horgan, I'm sorry. I think that is the correct, it's the overall paragraph and then the sub-paragraph, but we can certainly look into it. Thank you for testifying. Also patiently with their hand up is Representative Baldessaro. Representative Baldessaro, you should joining us as a panelist, unless I've hit the wrong button. And if you unmute, you are with us. Representative Baldessaro, if you can unmute.
Okay, I got it there. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, this is Representative Al Baldessaro, Rockingham County District 5, which is Londonderry. I'm glad I got an opportunity to sit here and listen to all the testimony. And what I got out of the testimony here, that the students, they get special privilege. And as a 22-year Marine who lived in 7 or 8 states, I was required to vote absentee ballot. When I say required, meaning we have a voting officer in every unit that you go to and you vote in your the state of your home of record. Now, when I get out of the Marine Corps and moved to New Hampshire, I was required to change my tax form, everything, because of by the federal law, your home of record is where you pay your taxes to. Okay, and if you go to a site called fdap.gov, it gives veterans regulations on how to vote and what to do if you change your voting residency to another state. You have to fill out a form, and it has to be on your leave and earning statements. Veterans in the state of New Hampshire, we have thousands of them. They're required to vote at their home of record unless they change over and make New Hampshire their state home of record. And then they have to fill out new forms, everything there for tax purposes and for home of record for when you get out, where to send all your items to. Now, I have a son who's stationed out in California in the Marine Corps. Right now, he's in Kuwait. He took the time and voted absentee ballot, okay, from Kuwait. His wife lives in California, stationed there. She took the time and voted absentee ballot for New Hampshire because they are residents of New Hampshire, but yet they had to vote absentee ballot. We are setting up, or we have set up in the state of New Hampshire, a separate class of people. Okay, and students want to be special privileged people that don't live in the state, they're non-residents, then you either become a resident of the state of New Hampshire, or like the military, the thousands that live in New Hampshire, that some of them even own homes, but yet they maintain their home of record so that when they get out, they're paying taxes to their home of record, that is where they vote. So,
thank you, Representative Baldessaro. If you could wrap it up, that would be great.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. This law has to be fixed one and all, so everybody is playing on the same sheet of music, and that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not sure what that band would sound like, but it would be a lot of fun, I think. All right. Any questions for Representative Baldessaro from members here in the room or attending online? No, thank you. And thank you again, Representative Baldessaro, for your patience as I try to deal with people who have actually signed up ahead of time first and then go to people who have joined us. Mr. Barnes now joins us. He had signed up earlier when I called. He was not in attendance, but he is here now. Mr. Barnes, welcome to the Election Law Committee. We have been asking people to summarize if they've submitted written testimony and to keep their testimony to about 1.5 minutes. Thank you.
Great, I will do that. And Madam Chair, thank you for allowing me to play in this band this morning.
Thanks.
I want to speak in opposition and ask you to ITL this bill and also 429-508, the bills that seem to treat college students as somebody other than the rest of us who live and do all of our life things in New Hampshire. They happen to be students, so what they do in New Hampshire for 4 years is they live and study and perhaps work a part-time job. But they're just like the rest of us who live in New Hampshire, and there's no guarantee that people are going to stay in New Hampshire. People who move from Oklahoma to New Hampshire for 2 years, and then decide to move to Maine. While they're in New Hampshire, they vote in New Hampshire. When they move to Maine, they vote in Maine. These students, when I was 17, I went to college. So the 4 years that I spent in college were only about less than 20% of my life. And then I went to grad school and voted in another state. And that was a similar number of years, small percentage of my life. And then I moved elsewhere, had a job and voted there. And then I moved to New Hampshire and I've been voting here for 30 years. I don't think the students who are here for 4 years and they're here whole heart, they spend their life here. I don't think they're any different, and they should be able to vote the same as the rest of us. So I just would ask that the committee think in terms of the reality of the lives of students who are here. Some of them choose to stay here forever. Some of them, like me, go to grad school someplace else. But there's no reason for them not to be treated like everybody else who lives here, works here, plays here, et cetera. Thank you very much, and I ask you to ITL this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Barnes. Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Barnes? Anybody attending electronically have any questions for Mr. Barnes? I'm not seeing anybody with their hand up. Thank you, Mr. Barnes, for joining us. Also attendee with their hand raised is Sue Russell. I'm going to ask if anybody else wants to speak on this bill, if they raise their hand after Ms. Russell. Deputy Scanlon has patiently had his hand up on this, so I'm going to go to Deputy Scanlon and then we'll go back to attendees. Ms. Russell, I believe you have joined us, and if you unmute, we would love to hear from you this morning.
Am I unmuted?
You are. Welcome.
Okay, great. I've already written my testimony, my comments on the various bills. I'm Sue Russell. I'm in Newbury, New Hampshire, and I'm a supervisor of the checklist. All I wanted to do is clarify on one of the speakers before. You have to be a registered voter to run for any office. So that's what he was talking about. If you are not a registered voter, you cannot run for a town office or a state office. So just wanted to clarify that for the committee, and that's it, because I've already done my written testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Russell, for the written testimony I know you submitted, and thank you for clearing that. Mr. Millman said that at the end of his testimony, and I wasn't sure I wasn't sure about the statement. So thanks for clarifying that for him and for all of us. Deputy Scanlon, thank you for your patience, and you should be all set to join us, I think.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I'm David Scanlon, Deputy Secretary of State, and I will be very brief. I just wanted to point out in House Bill 362 on line 2, and Representative Horgan already mentioned this, but part of what's being repealed in this statute is RSA 654:1, Roman numeral 1, and that is the part of the statute that talks about voter eligibility generally. It's not specific to college students, and I don't think it's the intent of anybody to have that section repealed. The second comment that I would like to make is that Section 2 of the bill addresses language that was put in the statute under Senate Bill 3. Senate Bill 3 is currently being litigated due to constitutionality of that statute. And so the provisions in Section 2 are currently unenforceable. They're enjoined by the court. So I would suggest, I guess, that before we amend that portion of the statute, we wait until the court makes a final decision on whether that law was constitutional or not. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Deputy Scanlon, for clarifying that. I apologize to committee members and members of the public. I was aware of the fact that was just represented to you by Deputy Scanlon, that provisions of the law that were changed by SB 3 are enjoined, though technically on the books. So some of the requested changes create some process issues in regards to what's going on. So thank you for that clarification. Any questions for Deputy Scanlon? I'm not seeing any. I do have two people who have raised their hand. Quincy Abramson has raised their hand to speak on this. Welcome to the Election Law Committee. This is House Bill 362. If you unmute, you should be with us. Welcome.
Thank you so much for letting me ask a question / respond really briefly. My name's Quincy. I live in Dover, New Hampshire. Excuse me, I don't know what that was. I graduated from the University of New Hampshire in 2019 and was around when HB 1264 was up in 2018, and just wanted to respond to Representative Baldessaro and say that after listening to many people's testimony, I do not know how he made this a matter of laziness. This is not a matter of laziness or a refusal to vote absentee or an inability to vote absentee.
Ms. Abramson, just to sort of keep things moving in the right direction, we try to focus our comments on what we want to say about bills, not what we think somebody else might have said that was inappropriate, that many people might agree or disagree on, but thank you. Okay, keep going.
Yes, no, I would just say then that as a college student, it's, an interesting time for your identity and figuring out where you want to be and what you want to do with the rest of your life. And you're navigating difficult things with your family, with your finances, and all of those things. And you're just trying to make your voice heard in your community. And I don't see any reason why people should not be able to do that. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Abramson. Voting is making your voice heard in your community. Is there anybody here in the committee room or attending online who would like to ask, Ms. Abramson, a question? I think she's great. Thank you very much for joining us. And also with their hand raised is Sophia. I'm gonna just ask you to unmute and join us and ask you to pronounce your last name, because I don't want to be completely rude this morning. Welcome, Sophia.
All right, can you hear me?
We can.
Perfect. Well, thank you for taking my testimony today. My name is Sophia. It's pronounced Biondolillo. I'm 14. I live in Manchester, and I'm speaking today on behalf of the New Hampshire High School Democrats in opposition to HB 362. I'm opposed to HB 362 because it would violate students' constitutional right to vote in the state while they are domiciled here. The New Hampshire Constitution states that any inhabitant of the state 18 years or older is eligible to vote, and that an inhabitant is somebody who has domicile here. While I understand there is some confusion about the exact meaning of the word domicile, I think it's fair to say that somebody who spends the vast majority of their time here should be considered to live here. Anyone who lives in the dorms at a college is spending the majority of their time in New Hampshire. During the almost 10 months that the school year covers, students sleep here, eat here, and get their educations here. During those 37 weeks, they contribute tens of thousands of dollars to New Hampshire's economy through their tuition, they pay taxes on all the same purchases as other residents, and they earn their paychecks here. So for all practical purposes, college students in New Hampshire are residents. We should not be attempting to disenfranchise them by refusing them the right to proper representation in our elections. By trying to suppress college voting rights, we tell students in New Hampshire that they are not valuable and do not deserve to be considered part of our state. And I think it's only right that we give them what they are constitutionally guaranteed and allow college students to vote in New Hampshire by enabling them to establish domicile. So I thank the committee very much for their time and urge them to recommend ITL on HB 362.
Thank you very much for that testimony. Does anybody have any questions here in the committee room or attending online? I'm not seeing any, so thank you very much for attending the hearing and being online, and good luck with high school and your organization. Is there anybody else in attendance who would like to give the Election Law Committee of the House their comment on House Bill 362? I'm going to close the hearing on 362. I don't see anybody. As I stated, this is one of the bills that we received a substantial amount of written testimony on. And for this bill and the other bills, I'd like to thank everybody for doing that. Our next public hearing I will open. It is 508, establishing a committee to study the definition of temporary as it pertains to residents in the state of New Hampshire. Representative Terosian is the prime sponsor and will speak to the bill, and I'm going to ask that he can just stay at his seat. We're in a different room today. We're set up a little different, and I think that will work terrifically. So Representative Terosian, if you want to press, I think, the red button so you can leave it down, we'll be all set.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning to the rest of the committee members of the Election Law Committee. For the record, I'm Representative Peter Terosian. I represent Rockingham County District 14, which is the town of Atkinson and Plastow. This bill originally was going to be a bill to define what temporary is, because it's really not defined right now. And speaking with several people, we couldn't come to a conclusion exactly what that should be. I think it should be 1 year. But anyway, we decided to go the committee route to ascertain what temporary means in regard to that term used in voting. And the reason I brought this up, during the 2020 election, the Attorney General's office had put out a statement that for any college student that was not in the state physically, had attended, say, UNH or Plymouth, one of the New Hampshire colleges, and they were not physically coming to the state to go to school, but they were doing Zoom learning, had the right to pull an absentee ballot and vote in the state of New Hampshire. You could have only had to take one semester of classes. In fact, technically, it didn't even say you had to be here physically taking any classes. So I contacted the office and asked the question, how can that be? And I was told, well, they're temporarily out of the state. So then my next question was, well, what is the term, or what is the define what temporary is in regard to a time frame? And the answer I got was there really isn't one. So, for example, you could own property in New Hampshire or not, and have your company theoretically assign you to another state to work. You could claim you're there temporarily, on a temporary basis, and never come back into the state for years, and it's still considered that you're a New Hampshire resident. So it seems to me we should have some kind of limit on that. So what this study committee attempts to do is to come up with a consensus of what makes the most sense. Now, granted, there should be exceptions. For example, members of the military, expats that are out of the country for extended period of times, we should have a carve-out for that. But I believe for the rest of what seems to happen right now, there should be some kind of definition for it. So it's that simple. I hope you support going to the study committee so we can come up with a firm definition of what temporary is in regard to voting. And with that, I'll take any questions the committee may have on the subject.
Thank you, Representative Terosian. Representative Muirhead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Two questions. Is this bill aimed more at people who are temporarily residents of the state, or is it aimed more at defining those who are temporarily, as it were, outside the boundaries of the state, that claim residency in the state? That's the first question. And the second, I guess, is my understanding is that federal law regulates the durational residency requirements for offices like the presidency and the vice presidency. Would this study group be aiming at defining temporary with respect to only statewide offices? Thank you.
No. All right. Thanks for the question, Representative. So no, this would define temporary as it pertains to somebody that is a stated New Hampshire resident, but that is out of the state for an extended period of time. And so what the attempt is here is to define what that means. So if you're out of state for 6 months, for whatever reason, should you have the right to vote here? Certainly. If you're out of the state for 10 years or more, never setting foot back in the state, most people would probably say, no, that wouldn't be allowed. So this attempts to find a reasonable number there in calendar months or calendar years, if you want to put it that way. So it pertains to somebody that's a resident here now or claims to be a resident that in actuality has been out of the state for an extended period.
Representative
very much.
Muirhead, full roll up? No, okay. Representative Lane. Go ahead. We need you to unmute. We can't hear you, Representative Lane. We still can't hear you. All right. Any other questions from anybody here in the committee or attending, or excuse me, or attending online for Representative Torossian? I'm not seeing anything. Is there anybody else in attendance? I don't have anybody signed up that wants to speak on 508. I'm not seeing any, so I'm going to close the hearing on 508. And I'm going to open the hearing on 554, and I'm going to step down and ask my vice chair to continue with this hearing because I will be introducing the bill.
Okay, we'll proceed to the hearing on House Bill 554, and I recognize the sponsor, Representative Barbara Griffin.
Thank you, Chair McDonald. My name is Barbara Griffin. I'm a representative of Hillsborough 6 out of Goffstown, and I present to the committee for their consideration House Bill 554. Like the previous speaker, with House Bill 508, I became aware that there was an issue in regards to temporary residence when, as we all know, due to the COVID pandemic, people who use facilities in the state for parts of the year, primarily the issue arose, quite honestly, in regards to student attendance. We're not back in the state attending school, albeit for some or part of the year. So it did raise the issue generally as to what's a temporary resident. I will tell you in the past, I am aware that people who own vacation homes in other states have called our Secretary of State's office and said, well, hey, I've got a house out there up in the White Mountains. Can I vote in your elections in New Hampshire? Yeah, I have a license in California and live here, but can I vote there? Those questions have occurred, and that it then I thought that perhaps it was time to address it a little more clearly in regards to the statutes. In consideration of what was going on, it appeared that there should be some tangible location that was tied to somebody maintaining a domicile. You've heard discussion this morning about the recognition of college dormitories or other places. Certainly, I think many of us have an apartment or house that we use as the point of connection to the state of New Hampshire to claim that we are appropriately here for voting. So what you see in House Bill 554 is my attempt to define that. I was not aware of the House Bill 508 when this was being drafted, and perhaps what the committee might consider in its deliberations is if indeed a committee is formed to study this issue, that in that case, perhaps 554 should be retained to be able to deal with the recommendations of the study committee. And with that, I am done and would be happy to take questions.
Any questions for Representative Griffin from committee members here in the room? Any questions from those participating online? Representative Muirhead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative. I just looking at the language changes. I want to clarify the core intent. For instance, take line 12 of the first page of the bill, where lives is crossed out and maintains a physical presence is substituted. Both of those seem sort of, I don't know, synonymous to my, I guess, non-lawyer's eyes. What's the bill getting at with that kind of substitution?
Well, I think that that's getting at the vacation home from the person in California who has a nexus to the state, but doesn't in fact really maintain a physical presence to the exclusion of anything else here. So that's where this state has spent countless hours debating the terms inhabitant, domicile, and resident. And it's been the subject of constitutional conventions, actually. So we hear in hearings a lot of people using the word live. And at some point, I think we need to recognize that maybe in some of the statutes, trying to nail it down a little more would be helpful. Maybe not, but that's what I thought.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Further questions for Representative Griffin from committee members? I am seeing none. So thank you, Representative Griffin.
Thank you.
Okay, we have several people signed up to testify on this. The first one, I'll try to pronounce the name correctly. Representative Griffin did an excellent job earlier. Klementowicz, I believe it is, and Henry Klementowicz. Klementowicz, I will get to upgrade you to panelist. And I think I've done so.
Mr. Klementowicz, I think I just came to the rescue for you. So if you unmute, you should be all set.
Good morning, members of the House Election Law Committee. Again, my name is Henry Klementowicz, and I am a lawyer with and a lobbyist for the American Civil Liberties Union of New Hampshire. And I'm here to testify in opposition to RSA 554. I'm sorry, HB 554. So there's 2 points that I want to make. The first involves the changes on page 1, lines 21 through 28, which make 2 language additions, both of which change the common law definition of domicile that regarding a temporary absence or an absence from domicile before a new domicile is gained. And so I lay out in my written testimony how I think there's a group of people who might be prevented from voting anywhere by the change that adds, except when the physical location of the domicile is no longer related to the person, either by virtue of lease or deed or physical presence. And so I think that, to the extent that there are people who are prevented from voting at all by this change in language, I think it's a pretty clear constitutional violation. I also, sorry, 1 second. I also wanted to point out that 2018's House Bill 1264, which changed the definition of resident under the Motor Vehicle Code to align with the definition of domicile, I wonder if that would no longer be the case if this bill becomes law and the definition of domicile is changed. There's some discussion in the Casey versus Gardner case from 2020 where the New Hampshire Supreme Court examines RSA 654-1, the common law definition of domicile, and the definition of residency under RSA 259. And I had understood that a large portion of this body was interested in making those 2 definitions the same. And I wonder if this change would no longer do that, and so sort of undo the whole purpose of that bill.
Could you wrap up, please?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Could you wrap up? We're limiting time on the testimony.
Sure. I just have one more point to make, which is about the last sentence that's added in on page 2, lines 7 through 9. And I addressed this more in my written testimony. But by adding this language about a person who maintains a domicile address in another state and is eligible to retain that domicile, not being eligible to gain domicile in New Hampshire, I think, number one, that's probably already the law because domicile requires a person establish a primary physical place to the exclusion of all others. But number two, to the extent that it changes the law at all, I think it really just introduces more ambiguity because it doesn't really discuss what it means to be eligible to retain domicile when domicile has a subjective component. So we oppose this bill for the constitutional and policy reasons that I also identified in my written testimony.
Very much for your testimony, sir.
Thank you.
Questions for this individual from the, yes, so Mr. Trojan, Representative Trojan. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, sir, for taking my question. So in regard to the first question you had on the line 21 area. The way I read that is with the language changes that if you don't have a domicile here, or you own a piece of property that might have been a domicile, it's now leased out to somebody else, so you're not living there, and you're out of state for a period of time, that you wouldn't have the right to vote. Would that, in this state, is that the concern that you have? Somebody that is not domiciled here and not living here should have the right to vote? Please help me understand. I'm not quite clear on your opposition.
Absolutely. So I don't think that requires that a person go out of state. And so I use in my written testimony the example of a person who grows up in Manchester, establishes domicile when they turn 18 by becoming a big fan of the Fisher Cats and, deciding that Elm Street revitalization is the most important thing to them. They then go to UNH at Durham where they live, but they don't establish domicile because it's not their primary place for participating in self-government. But then imagine that their parents sell the house in Manchester and move to Nashua, and the student in question has never been to the new house in Nashua. Well, under this law, they wouldn't be allowed to vote in Manchester because they're not connected there by deed. They wouldn't be allowed to vote in Durham because it's not their primary physical place for participating in democratic self-government. And they wouldn't be allowed to vote in Nashua because they've never established a physical presence there. And so that's why the common law definition of domicile, and again, this is discussed in the Casey versus Gardner case from our court last year, has a provision, as the current law does, that domicile once created is maintained until a new domicile is established. So I hope that answers your question, Representative.
Further questions for Mr. Klementowicz? Anyone online? Seeing none, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Kingston is here if you want to promote him.
Okay.
I'll do it.
Okay, also signed up to speak, we have Bill Kingston. Welcome, Mr. Kingston. I believe you've been promoted.
You should be.
Mr. Kingston, are you with us?
Bill, Mr. Kingston, you are with us as a panelist. If you want to join us. Yeah, he's there. I need to ask him to unmute.
Could you unmute Mr. Kingston? Mr. Kingston?
I'm going to move on to the next person.
Mr. Barnes, you've also signed up to speak.
You should be with us.
Mr. Barnes, you want to unmute?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will pass on this and save you all some time.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay, also signed up to speak is Rona Beam. Ms. Beam, are you with us? Do you see her, Madam Chairman?
I don't see her.
Okay, I do not see Rona Beam. And finally, the final person who has signed up to speak this morning is Norman Emmons. Mr. Emmons, are you with us? I do not see.
All right, so I'm promoting Lucas Myers.
Okay. Other attendees who wish to speak is Lucas Myers. Mr. Myers, I believe you've been upgraded to a panelist. You want to
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair and Madam Chair as well. Good morning. My name is Lucas Meyer. I'm here testifying on my own. I will be brief. Henry Klementowicz covered most of what I wanted to address, but just wanted to echo some of his concerns that it feels like almost every session we are changing the definitions of domicile and residency, creating great confusion amongst voters in this state. And I'm particularly concerned about the changes in Section 2A, that last sentence there. And I think continuing to move the goalposts on voters in the state as to who is defined as eligible to vote in the state creates a great deal of confusion, which can act to suppress eligible voters from taking part in our elections. And with that, I will leave it there in the essence of time. Happy to take questions.
Okay, any questions for Mr. Meyer? Anyone here in the committee room or anyone online? Seeing none, I will move on. Thank you, Mr. Meyer.
Thank you.
Representative Baldessaro has been promoted.
Okay, and also who someone with a hand raised who's asked to speak and testify is Representative Al Baldessaro. Representative Baldessaro, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And first of all, Representative Al Baldessaro, Rockingham County District 5. I want to thank Representative Griffin for bringing this bill forward. This is long overdue. Reason I've been holding on, staying on with the election law is to make sure that the veterans are protected in this law here, because they are like me. When I went out somewhere for 3 years, I was temporary there for 3 years and then moved to another base for 3 years, sometimes a year and a half, 2 years. So I want to make sure that there is something in there that protects those veterans there, like my son who was stationed in Kuwait, who was temporary there, and then he's going to be back in California, but his home of record is here at my house. So, and that's all I have, just to make sure that these veterans in New Hampshire are protected. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Baldessaro. Any questions for Representative Baldessaro? Representative Prudhomme O'Brien.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question. I know that there are a lot of former foster youth in the military. And if they age out of the system and join the military, they would have an address that they may not have, let's say an emotional connection to anymore. Would they be protected under this bill?
Yes, they should be protected under the bill here, because when you join the military, you have what's called a home of record. Give you an idea, when I was in the Marines, my parents sold their house, okay, and moved up to New Hampshire. They sold out of Massachusetts. But because I was a resident of Massachusetts, I was still able to use that address of my home of record, because that's where I joined the Marines from. So you are protected for federal, government wise.
Thank you. Any other questions for Representative Baldessaro? Anyone in here in the committee room or online? I'm seeing none.
No, Open Democracy Action is asking to, oh, I'm sorry, that was questions. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Representative Baldessaro.
Thank you.
And also requesting to speak is, has that been promoted?
Yeah.
Okay, Open Democracy Action is asking to speak. You could state your name, please, for the record.
I'm sorry that it came across as Open Democracy Action. I'm Brian Beal. I'm Deputy Director of Open Democracy Action. I wanted to speak in opposition to HB 554. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I'll be brief. I will hit the last 4 paragraphs or 5 paragraphs of my written testimony, just for brevity. When the question of temporary absence was raised last year prior to the election, the New Hampshire Attorney General's Election Division and New Hampshire Secretary of State's office issued a statement on August 19, 2020. Quote, once a student lawfully establishes a domicile in New Hampshire under RSA 654:1, the student does not lose his or her domicile due to temporary absence. RSA 654:2 states a domicile for voting purposes acquired by any person in any town shall not be interrupted or lost by temporary absence therefrom, with the intention of returning thereto as his or her domicile. Common sense would dictate that those registered voters have every intention of returning to their domicile upon subsiding of the pandemic, if they have not returned already. And how is this different from a New Hampshire employee working an on-a-state project for 6 months or a year? Wouldn't they too be disenfranchised? The question of domicile and temporary absence from it has been asked and answered by a Republican-led New Hampshire Attorney General's office. HB 554 should be voted inexpedient to legislate. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak, Madam Chair, and to the members of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Beal. Any questions from Mr. Beal this morning, members here in the committee room? Any questions from those participating remotely? Seeing none, we'll move on. Thank you, Mr. Beal.
Philip Dragon has asked to speak. But
what was the last name?
Hi, can you hear me?
Mr. Dragon, yes, go ahead, please.
Hello. Thank you very much. Hold on a second, we got a statement up here. Thanks, Chairwoman Griffin. And as someone who lives in Goffstown, it's good to meet you. It's good to be here with you all. My name is Philip Dragoni, and I'm a senior at St. Anselm College. And I urge you to oppose HB 554. Originally, I'm from Stoneham, Mass., but I've been proudly a resident of Goffstown for over 2 years and a registered voter. I maintain a physical presence here, and I have been making many connections in the area, shopping at local stores, and I've become familiar in the town in any way that a person familiar with the area should be. I live in Goffstown a vast majority of the calendar year, and under HB 554, people who should theoretically be able to make their voice heard in this community, students like myself, could face higher barriers of voter registration. I was a plaintiff on League of Women Voters et al. Versus William Gardner et al., a case that fought against very similar legislation to HB 554. While I have massive respect for Secretary Gardner, I completely oppose what he was trying to enforce. Before the 2018 midterm elections, students in my position were experiencing a bureaucratic nightmare filled with confused administrators and town election officials. It took me personally 45 minutes in the Goffstown town offices to get registered, despite being the only person there because of how confusing it was. If it was this difficult for me, someone who's politically engaged and willing to take a large chunk of a Monday morning to testify before the legislature, picture how many students who are perhaps more apolitical must have decided to call it quits on voting. This may sound like a good thing to some people, but a college or any institution of learning as described by 554 may be the only location a student can be present for during an election, as we've heard many examples of this morning. I hope while you consider this bill that you remember my testimony and many of the other testimonies today and consider the rippling effects on political participation that 554 will have on New Hampshire's students, and that you make the correct decision to oppose it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Dragoni. Any questions for Mr. Dragoni from committee members here in the room? Any questions from those participating remotely? Seeing none, thank you very much, sir. And I am not seeing anyone else asking to speak this morning. So with that, I will close this hearing on House Bill 554.
Thank you, Vice Chair McDonald, for taking over for me on that bill. At this time, I will open the public hearing on 531. This is relative to determining the qualifications of voters and establishing a provisional voter registration and provisional ballots. The prime sponsor of this bill is Representative Lynn. Representative Lynn, if you could raise your hand. I know you're with us. Unless somebody's already promoted you, I'm not sure where you are. Thank you very much for joining us this morning. I believe you are with us, and if you unmute, we will be able to hear your testimony on 531. Representative Lynn, you're with us.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My intent in proposing this bill is to do away with the system, or at least originally it was to do away with the system of affidavits. And I know Representative Abramson, who may be on the line, has I think suggested an amendment to the bill which would reintroduce the issue of affidavits, but let me sort of go over my original purpose first, and then his suggestions. I'm not necessarily saying I'm opposed to them. In fact, it may be that they make good sense. But let me sort of take a moment just to tell you what my original intention was in drafting this. As you know, under current law, we have what I would refer to as a voter identification. We have voter identification requirements light. And what I mean by that is that there are various provisions that say you need to provide identification. You need to provide some form of proof of citizenship, age, and domicile. But if you don't have that proof, then you can just say so. You can just swear that it's true, even if you don't have that proof. And this is particularly becomes a problem for people who are registering on election day. So what this and under the current law, particularly for people who are registering on election day, they can say, well, look, I don't have any evidence of my domicile, as an example, and are permitted to vote. And then the law sort of establishes a procedure whereby the Secretary of State is allowed to do some sort of after the fact verification in an effort to establish whether the person is telling the truth, was telling the truth or not. It seems to me that that's very awkward, unlikely, very to be successful, and just creates a huge hole in the voter identification system. So what this bill is designed to do is to say we're going to stop that. There will be you don't get to say as an alternative to providing the proof of the citizenship, age, or domicile, that simply an affidavit that says I swear that all those things are true. Rather, you have to do those things. You have to provide the proof, and particularly with respect to domicile, what it says is that if you come in within 30 days, first of all, if you come in with more than 30 days to register, then you have to provide the documentation. And if you don't have it at the time you first come in, then you can provide it later, but before the day of the election. But what it's particularly designed to cover is the situation of someone who arrives on election day without any proof of to establish those things and says, I want to vote. Under the proposal in my bill, what would happen is the person would be permitted to cast a provisional ballot, which would be clearly identified, which he would then put in he would go vote in secret, put it in an envelope, which would be sealed, so nobody would know who the person voted for. And then the person would have 5 days after the election to provide the proof that the person should have brought to the election but didn't. If the person provides the proof, then the provisional ballot will be counted, will be opened and counted along with the other ballots. If the person does not provide that proof, then the person's ballot would not be counted. I've done some research and into voting laws and the constitutionality of various provisions. I think this provision would be completely constitutional, as I understand it. The U.S. Supreme Court has said that voter identification laws are constitutional, and there doesn't need to be something like, a provision where you can simply, if you can't provide the proof of the things that you need to provide in order to establish your eligibility to vote, that you can simply swear that it's true, and that's enough. I think the Supreme Court has indicated that there does not need to be such an exception. You can have voter identification laws that actually have real teeth, and it seems to me that that's all this bill does, and I think it makes sense, and I hope that the committee will agree and will recommend it ought to pass. And I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Representative Lynn. Questions from committee members in the room, questions from people online attending electronically? I'm not seeing any. Thank you for your testimony on your bill this morning.
I thought I saw a hand raised myself.
Wait a minute. Do I sort of do the right to left, but there are days the head doesn't go quite so far as it probably should. So is there any, Representative Lane, there you go. I
Yes.
see you now.
Thank you. Hopefully you can hear me this time. I think thank you for taking my question. Have you talked to the Secretary of State about this bill, because it includes provisional ballots and is something that historically we've not done in New Hampshire, and gotten their input on this?
I have not, and I would, and I think that getting the input of the Secretary of State would be a good idea. I have not. I should say I have heard that some people have expressed a concern that the provisional ballots would create an issue because there's a provision in the Constitution, I believe in the section dealing with the state Senate, if I'm remembering correctly, but I may be wrong on that. I think it's in the section dealing with the state Senate that talks about
I
votes
don't think
being
I can put my
counted,
hand up.
that about votes being counted on election day. And some suggesting that, well, provisional ballots might create a problem with that. But I don't think that the provision is required to be read that way. And more importantly, if you really had to have the complete outcome of the election on election day, and you could never do anything after election day, then the whole process of having recounts and the provisions that we have in the law allowing recounts to change the result of an election if there's been an error would not be allowed. And clearly the law does allow that. So I don't think that that the use of provisional ballots, which would allow the final results of an election to be delayed by no more than 5 days, which is probably less than the delay that's caused by the typical recount, would bring into question the
I don't think
constitutionality
they're
of this
gonna
bill.
allow
All
me
right.
to talk.
Thank you. Representative Mooney.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you, Representative. But your answer to the last question pretty much covered my question, so I'm going to withdraw my request for a question. Thank you.
Representative Muirhead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just wondering if you have data on how many affidavits are used in an ordinary election season.
I'm sorry, I don't. I really do not have that information. Other than really in a very vague sort of, anecdotal way, I've heard a number of people say that there are too many of those. But if you ask me for any detail, I have to say honestly, I don't have any detail.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Further
I'll
questions
write something on that one.
from committee members? I'm not seeing any. Thank you. As I said, Representative Lynn. In regards to this bill, I have Ken Barnes has signed up to speak on this bill. Mr. Barnes, if you want to speak, could you raise your hand? I'm not sure you're still with us. There you are. We are talking about HB 531, and we are limiting testimony this morning to about 1.5 minutes. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I wish to speak against the bill proposed by my friend Bob Lynn. He is eloquent as usual, but I think that what his bill fails to take account of is the reality that I've seen in the many elections where I have been a poll watcher, and the provisional affidavits and provisional ballots and the affidavits have worked just fine. It was seamless. It was not, it didn't seem to me anyway, to be in any way burdensome to the clerks. People who came to register for the first time at the polling place were able to do that. People who did not have the IDs that were necessary, they got a provisional ballot, they signed the affidavit, and they went and voted, didn't hold anything up. It was a perfectly fine process. And then the votes were counted. So I don't know, if it ain't broke, I don't know why we would try to fix it. Having said that, I also think that there's the constitutionality of or possible lack of constitutionality that Representative Lynn was talking about is doesn't even become relevant if if this works. He says it's constitutional. Maybe it is. But in any event, I don't see why you would disenfranchise people who show up at the polls. And God knows all of us have, at one time or another, forgotten our, I don't know, our health insurance card or our credit card or whatever it is, a driver's license somewhere out in the car, maybe in your glove compartment. And, you know, here you are after waiting in line to vote. You're at the front of the line and you don't have it with you. I don't know. It's really doesn't seem to be a problem in need of fixing. And I think if Representative Lynn checked the last question asked about numbers, I think if you check, the numbers are not all that great that they would have swayed any elections.
Thank you, Mr. Barnes. If you could wrap up your testimony, that would be great.
That's it. Please ITL this bill.
Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Barnes? Online or electronic? I'm not seeing any, so thank you. Also signed up to speak on this bill is Maureen Brentrip. Ms. Brentrip, if you're in attendance, if you could raise your hand, that would be terrific. It doesn't look like you're with us at this moment. Also signed up is Elizabeth Amila. Elizabeth, if you are with us, I apologize for what I just did to your last name. I'm not seeing you. Rebecca Corser has signed up to speak on this bill. If you're in attendance, if you could raise your hand, that would be terrific. Mr. Kingston has signed up to speak on this bill. Mr. Kingston, if you could raise your hand, that would be great. And apparently somebody has told me that you're already with us, so welcome, Mr. Kingston.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. This bill poses as a fair bill, and it pretends to put an end to unfounded allegations of voter fraud in New Hampshire. The problem I have with it is there is no voter fraud in New Hampshire, and the restrictions it seeks to impose are unconstitutional. If you pass this bill, there will be a number of lawsuits that should tie this up in court. This is a clear abuse of legislative power, and I urge you to abandon this unwise effort.
Thank you, Mr. Kingston, for staying with us this morning and joining us on this bill. Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Kingston? Online or in committee room? I'm not seeing any. Mr. Klementowicz has also signed up to speak on this bill, and he joins us now.
Thank you, members of the...
Yeah, I wish I knew how to do it.
Ms. Russell, you seem to go on mute and off mute, and I'm not quite sure why you're on our panel, but if you could just mute, that would be great. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Klementowicz.
Thank you, members of the House Election Law Committee. Again, my name is Henry Klementowicz, and I'm a lawyer with and lobbyist for the ACLU of New Hampshire. I certainly appreciate the schedule, and I will make every effort to be concise, but I would beg the committee's indulgence given the number of things that this bill does. And so I will try to go quickly, but there are a number of points worth making because this bill is a big bill that does a lot. So the first thing that this bill does is it would eliminate the qualified voter affidavit, which is used by people who are proving identity, age, or citizenship when they're registering to vote. According to a right to know request that I got from the Secretary of State's office and in response to Representative Muirhead's question, on November 3rd, 2020, 637 people used this affidavit to prove identity and 816 people used this affidavit to prove citizenship. The Secretary of State's office does not count the number of people who use this identity affidavit to prove age. So that's 1,400 people who registered on November 14th who did not have the requisite documents to prove one of the qualifications and so had to rely on this affidavit and who would not have been able to vote were this bill law. In response to the constitutionality of this provision, I think that's a really important question and not an open question. Over the summer in Fish versus Schwab, the 10th Circuit considered a very similar documentary proof of citizenship regime. In some ways, it was actually less restrictive than this bill, and ruled that statute was unconstitutional under the Anderson-Burdick framework. And then the U.S. Supreme Court declined to review that determination just this summer with the current composition of the court. And basically the reason for that is under this law, anybody who doesn't have a passport, birth certificate, or naturalization papers with them would not be able to register to vote because there's no other proof of citizenship that's commonly available. And there's just a lot of people who don't have that documentation and they would be prohibited from voting. Turning next to the provisional ballots piece, which was discussed a little bit by Representative Lynn, the prime sponsor. I attached in my written testimony for you a brief from the Secretary of State and Attorney General where they discussed their belief that Part 2, Article 32 would prohibit, I think by fair inference, provisional ballots. There was a case brought over the summer, AFT versus Gardner, seeking to extend the deadline for receipt of absentee ballots from must be received by election day to must be postmarked by election day. And basically what the Attorney General and Secretary of State told a Superior Court judge just like 6 months ago is that they believe that violates the state constitution, which requires that all votes be countable and counted on election day. And so I think the same logic would show that creating provisional ballots would be unconstitutional under Part 2, Article 32. Another important point
Thank you, Mr. Clementowicz. If you can wrap up, I did recall that you submitted written testimony and we have received it. Thank you.
Which I appreciate. I'm just going to make, if I may, two points, and I'll make them very quickly. In addition, the provisional ballots and provisional registration, I think, puts New Hampshire's exemption from the National Voter Registration Act at risk, which is, if you look at the fiscal note, a concern raised by the Secretary of State as well. Because our exemption is premised upon there being a state law in effect since 1993 that allows every person to register on election day. And I think there's an open question whether the Justice Department under this administration would find provisional ballots prevent some people from registering and thus would cause us to lose our exemption and make us have to comply with motor voter. And I know the committee is very familiar with all that entails. And then the final point, and again, I'll make this as quick as I can, is this bill would completely change the way that challenged voters are dealt with by making it so that if a moderator deems well-founded any challenge, no longer will a person be able to vote. There's no provision for due process, for presentation of evidence, an opportunity to be heard, an opportunity to go to court. And any case where a person is just straight up prohibited from voting if they're eligible to vote, I think would be struck down by a court very quickly because obviously you have a fundamental constitutional right to vote. And so I think that the procedural safeguards in place there are completely inadequate. And so those are the three reasons why I think that this bill would violate the state and federal constitution. And I'd be happy to take questions. Thank you for your indulgence, Madam.
Questions from the committee members? I'm not seeing any. Let me just check. I'm not seeing any. So thank you for joining us on this.
Thank you.
Also signed up to speak on this is Leslie Smith. Leslie Smith, if you were in attendance, if you could raise your hand, that would be terrific. And with that, I have recognized everybody that had signed up to speak on this bill this morning. I see that, and if anybody else would like to speak, Olivia Zink is with us, and she would like to speak on this bill Welcome, Ms. Zink. If you unmute, you're with us.
Madam Chair, you selected Brian Beal, I believe, and I think Olivia did want to testify for our organization.
I actually clicked on Olivia, so.
I am here. For the record, my name is Olivia Zink, and I'm the Executive Director of Open Democracy, and I'm coming to you from Franklin, New Hampshire. We're a pro-voter, pro-democracy organization, and I am a registered lobbyist. I have concerns that this bill ends same-day registration. As I understand it, and in true New Hampshire fashion, New Hampshire picked same-day registration because it was the cheapest option. And the 1993 passage of the National Voter Right Act does force New Hampshire to choose either having same-day provisions or motor voter. And I think this committee has debated this for a long time and decided that same-day registration is the thing that is the best for New Hampshire. This bill also ends the practice to sign sworn affidavit. You have seen a Superior Court judge strike some of these burdensome or any other burdensome documentation for registering to vote, and I would urge you. I know that that case is still being litigated, and I urge you not to make any changes to these affidavits until after that procedure has finished. Also, House Bill 531 allows for provisional ballots. I urge the committee to read New Hampshire Constitution, Part 2, Article 32. The piece of this is that all ballots must be counted in a public meeting. After all the ballots are closed, the moderator calls to end close the polls. My understanding, if you pass this, you will require moderators to keep that continuous meeting for 5 days. I think it's hard enough to find good moderators and selectmen and other people, but if you require them to sit there for 5 days until people prove their identity, I think that it will be very hard for you to find poll workers willing to do that. And for many other reasons, I hope you vote inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 531.
Thank you for that testimony. Does anybody have any question for Ms. Zink, Open Democracy Action? I'm not seeing any here in the room. I'm not seeing anybody online. Thank you for coming this morning to testify on House Bill 531. Is there anybody else in attendance that would like to speak on HB 531? I'm not seeing anybody, so I'm going to close the public hearing on 531. The next scheduled hearing this morning is 5:38. Oh no, am I skipping 5:35? I did. I apologize to everybody. I was flipping a little too fast here. 5:35 is relative to the qualified voter affidavit, a document we were just talking about with the previous hearing. The primary sponsor for this bill is Representative Berry. Representative Berry, welcome to introduce your bill, and why don't you just stay seated right where you are.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Madam Chairman and fellow committee members, today I come before you to introduce HB 535, which would eliminate the qualified voter affidavit. As I've spoken about our election laws many times before, I still want to go over for the record, what it takes for someone to same-day register in the state of New Hampshire and the requirements for someone to do so legally. In New Hampshire, someone may legally vote here who has been in the state for 30 seconds, as New Hampshire has no durational requirement to vote. All they have to do is walk into a polling location on election day and register to vote. When they register to vote, they currently do not have to present any photo ID or proof of domicile. The way they get around it, having to show a photo ID, is with a qualified voter affidavit. Put it more simply, we do not actually know who they are when they register to vote because they do not have to produce any proof that they are who they say they are. This bill would, in effect, make the voter show a photo ID to in some way prove their identity. As to the issue of requiring an ID, I would like to talk about my own experience. After graduating college, I moved 11 times in 5 years. Despite despite being employed the whole time in jobs that often require me to work long hours, I've always managed to have an ID. The notion that having an ID is a burden is thin, to say the least. You need a photo ID to fly on a plane, open a bank account, buy alcohol, drive a car, get married, rent a hotel room, and even purchase cold medicine. To put it bluntly, unless you never leave your house, which you would also need an ID to rent or get a mortgage, and never get sick, you need a photo ID. HB 535 does not alter the type of ID you would accept. I'm sure some detractors will say that this bill will somehow attempt to affect the college vote, but college students would still be able to use their out-of-state photo ID to register. They may still register on election day, and they would still not have to provide any proof of domicile. In fact, I believe HB535 would positively increase voter turnout by restoring faith in our elections to those who currently have serious doubts as to about our elections. I will remind the committee that in the latest St. Anselm poll, 36% of New Hampshire voters did not select the very confident option as to the confidence in the integrity of our elections. As I said, to put it in layman terms, 36% of New Hampshire residents are not very confident in our elections. In fact, 17% said they were not at all confident in the integrity of our elections. So nearly 1/5 of our citizens have zero faith in our elections. Just last week, we heard from an immigrant and newly minted citizen that she was disheartened to vote in her first election due to our election laws that provide zero accountability. The right to vote is sacred, but so is having faith in the outcome of that vote. New Hampshire residents deserve to know who is voting in their elections, and this bill would accomplish that while not preventing any real barrier to the ballot box.
Thank you, Representative Barry, for introducing the bill. Does anybody have any questions for Representative Barry here in the committee room or attending online?
I do.
Oh, see, now I'm looking, I've got the raised hand, but not the visual. Representative Lane.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Barry, can you point to incidences of fraud related to these affidavits?
Yes, ma'am. I guess Representative Lane, I can. I believe in 2016, a man in Lebanon, New Hampshire, walked in. Can you hear me now, Representative Lane?
Yeah, it was very muffled.
Okay, I'm sorry. In 2016, a man in Lebanon, New Hampshire, walked in to register to vote. He voted. He walked out of the polling location, came back 2 to 3 hours later with a blonde wig on, and registered to vote using what I believe was the qualified voter affidavit because they did not have an ID for this new identity.
Follow up, please.
Sure.
Was this reported to the Secretary of State or the AG's office?
Yes, I believe it was prosecuted, but only because the individual, for some reason, after the election, attempted to attain an ID based on the new identity. So it was a fluke that we found this one.
Further questions for Representative Barry?
And also, Madam Chairman, if I may follow up, the person did cast 2 ballots. So the crime was committed. The vote was frauded.
Any further questions? I'm not seeing any. Thank you. We have a few people signed up to speak on this bill. Ms. Nelson, are you still with us? If you are, could you raise your hand, please? The morning has gone a little longer than scheduled, so I'm sure some people who thought they might be able to be here are not able to. Mr. Barnes, are you still with us? I think I got you. Oh, don't move on me. Mr. Barnes, welcome back to the committee. I believe if you unmute, you'll be able to join us.
Hello again, rejoining the orchestra. Thank you for taking my testimony. I just want to say very briefly, respectful of your time, the bill seems to be premised on some polls that talk about confidence in our elections, and I wouldn't base state legislation on the results of polls, which are notoriously unreliable and depend on the questions asked, and people could lack confidence in our elections for 100 different reasons, and it's not clear that this is the one. That's all. I will reserve my time or give back my time to the chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Barnes. Your perseverance this morning is appreciated. Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Barnes? I'm not seeing any, so thank you. Also signed up to speak this morning on this bill is Henry Klementowicz. I'm assuming on behalf of the ACLU. I believe we did receive written testimony on this bill. Also, welcome back, Mr. Klementowicz.
Thank you again, and good afternoon this time, members of the House Election Law Committee. Again, Henry Klementowicz on behalf of the ACLU New Hampshire. So this bill, I'll be brief because a lot of this bill is included in this, raises some of the same issues as HB 531. As I said before, in that hearing, in Fish versus Schwab, the 10th Circuit from the summer struck down on constitutional grounds a Kansas law that required people to have documentary proof of citizenship when they were trying to register to vote, much like the provision in this law. I want to respond briefly to something that was made by the Prime sponsor, a point that was made, which is there are much fewer documents that are available to prove citizenship than there are photo IDs, right? So when a person registers to vote, they have to prove citizenship, age, domicile, and identity. And the documents that come to mind that I can think of that prove citizenship are limited to birth certificate, passport, and naturalization papers. And so a driver's license, a New Hampshire driver's license, for example, does not prove citizenship because you don't need to be a citizen to get a New Hampshire driver's license. And so people with only a driver's license under this bill would not be able to register to vote and to vote. And so again, I just wanted to point out to the committee on November 3rd, 2020, over 800 people in New Hampshire used the qualified voter affidavit to prove citizenship, presumably because they didn't have other proof of citizenship when they registered to vote. And so those 800 something people would be disenfranchised, as would the about 637 who used the affidavit to prove identity when registering to vote. And then finally, I meant to mention this in the last hearing, but I'll mention it now. A right to know request response from the Attorney General's office tells me that as of Friday, the Attorney General's office, out of the over 1 million votes that were cast in the September 8th and November 3rd, 2020 primaries, has opened up investigations into only 17 potential wrongful voting cases and has brought so far 0 civil or criminal proceedings in relation to alleged wrongful voting stemming from those elections. So on the one hand, this law would seek to stop fraud, which we know is vanishingly rare, and in fact, only 17 cases have even been investigated. And on the other hand, it would prevent about 1,400 people from being able to register to vote on election day. So that concludes my testimony, and I'm happy to take questions if there are any.
Questions from committee members in the room or attending electronically? Representative Murray, was that a question or was that a pen wave? Okay, just checking. All right, thank you very much for joining us this morning. Also requesting to speak on this matter is Mr. Meyer. Mr. Meyer, I think if you unmute, you are with us.
Hi, good morning, members of the committee. Again, Madam Chairwoman, my name is Lucas Meyer. Again, for the record, I live in Manchester, New Hampshire, testifying as a citizen here in opposition to HB 535. Again, not to belabor the point brought up by Henry Klementowicz. But again, a qualified voter affidavit form is a legally binding form. This bill appears to be a solution in search of a problem, legislating based off lies of voter fraud or very infrequent cases of voter error should not be how we change how our elections are administered. This bill certainly would target new Americans who do not have their naturalization papers, and therefore will not be able to register to vote. I also think it's important to remember that if a person registers to vote on election day without an ID, they are already having their picture taken as an additional security step. And if this committee is serious about catching cases of voter error or the very rare instances of voter fraud, they should look towards the Electronic Registration Information Center, which would catch those cases of voter error weeks after the election. And I will leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien.
Thank you. Do those voters that you talk about have to have their photo taken?
If a person registers to vote on election day without an ID, as the law currently stands, their picture will be taken.
Thank you. Further questions for committee members? No. Anybody on the anybody from the committee attending online? I'm not seeing anybody, so thank you, Mr. Meyer. Is there anybody else in attendance for the hearing on HB 535 who would like to speak? Brian Beal joins us from Open Democracy. I think if you unmute, you are with us.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Brian Beal again from Open Democracy Action. I rise to speak in opposition of HB 535. I live in Alton Bay, and Open Democracy Action works on pro-democracy issues, including the protection of our inherent American freedom to vote. Filing a qualified voter affidavit does not mean you get a free pass. The Attorney General's office follows up with a letter asking the voter to submit the required documentation and followed up if necessary by an investigator from the AG's office. If you don't provide this documentation, you can receive a substantial fine. If you provide fraudulent information, you can be penalized with a $5,000 fine, not a small factor. And it would seem more prudent and patriotic to leave the qualified voter affidavit intact, let our citizens vote, and properly fund the Attorney General's office to do a thorough follow-up with these voters. Removing the provision for qualified voter affidavits plainly makes voting more difficult. And during the 2020 general election, Open Democracy fielded 90 poll observers around the state. Reports from our observers indicated that huge numbers of people from both parties registered same day. As Attorney Klementowicz noted, the number of people using the qualified voter affidavits was very small. Weighing the number of people of both parties who use this method and the few that need the affidavit, it would seem that this bill would hurt more voters than it would add to election integrity. So I respectfully ask that you vote HB 535 inexpedient to legislate. And I thank you again for the opportunity to speak, Madam Chair and members of the committee.
Thank you for joining us. Anybody have any questions for Mr. Beal here or online? Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Beal. I don't have anybody else with their hand raised at this time, and I've gone, and I've gone through everybody signed up, but Deputy Scanlon has joined us and has indicated that he would like to say something. Deputy Scanlon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, I'm David Scanlon, Deputy Secretary of State. And I just wanted to address a question that was posed to Representative Prudhomme O'Brien about when a photo is taken. Currently, there are no photos taken of voters registering to vote using an affidavit, although there is a bill currently pending before your committee that would provide for that. The only time that a photo is taken in the polling place when a voter signs an affidavit is when there is a voter that does not have an acceptable form of ID, and to meet the requirement, they have to fill out a challenge voter affidavit and have their photo taken. But that does not happen at the voter registration table.
Thank you. Question, Deputy Scanlon, because that's what we're talking about, voters who are already registered and forget to bring their ID to the poll. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Any further questions from members of the committee in attendance or online? I'm not seeing anybody. Is there anybody else that would like to speak on HB 535? I'm not seeing anybody, so thank you everybody for participating and your attentiveness. We are now going to start, I'm going to close that public hearing and we will start the public hearing on HB 538 relative to domicile residency, voter registration and investigation of voter verification letters and relative to the terms resident, inhabitant, residence, and residency. The prime sponsor on this bill is Representative Horgan, who joins us. So Representative Horgan, you are unmuted if you to introduce this bill. Representative Horgan, I think you're somewhere in the land of panelists. There you are. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. So I represent Timothy Horgan. I still represent Stratford County District 6, the towns of Durham and Madbury. And Durham is not coincidentally a college town, as I don't need to remind you. So HB 538 is a combination of two bills, which I sponsored with many co-sponsors in 2019. They passed both houses and then were vetoed by the governor, which well, I think that was a mistake in his part. And one of these bills, HB 106, also covered the same ground as HB 67, which suffered the same fate. It was also passed by both houses and vetoed. But that was then, this is now. I actually brought those two back in 2020, but nothing, they got to the House and then they kind of got lost and got lost when the pandemic struck us. So but we're back. I decided to combine them, two bills into one. HB 106, which was also HB 1279. The next year is at the end of the very long bill before the committee today. It's section 16 out of 18. The rest of it, HB 105, which is also HB 1653. Like it says here, it makes up the first 15 sections. Actually, it was 1 through 15, and then also 17, the one before the enabling clause, is a provision allowing what they call HAVA funds to be used by the Secretary of State's office to pay for some of the things that the bill voter registration. So the purpose of this is to undo three earlier bills which unfairly restrict voting rights, generally make the voting process less user-friendly, or to put it away, more user-hostile and just generally more complicated. So those three very bad bills were HB 1264, which passed in 2018, SB 3, which passed in 2017, and then also there was SB 318, which passed in 2012. And SB 318 reminds me that RSA 265 1, Roman numeral 1, which we were discussing earlier, that's also affected by this bill. We're adding a line to the end of it, which says a person's claim of domicile for voting purposes should not be conclusive of the person's residence for any other legal purpose, which is mostly trying to undo some of the confusion about things like driver's licenses and vehicle registration, a bunch of other things which don't have anything really to do with the right to vote. You don't have to own a car or you can have a driver's license to vote, et cetera, but which always get mixed up in that issue. So that's these bad laws that we passed between 2012 and 2018 don't just affect students, but my constituents in Durham, which is a college town, justifiably perceive these changes as an attack on students' right to vote. So every citizen over the age of 18 has the right to vote in the community where he or she lives, regardless of why he or she moved there and regardless of how long ago. And generally speaking, it's not the people in the college towns who are so worried about students voting. It's usually people from towns that have, don't have colleges. So we're usually, I found this in other college communities where I've lived, they're usually pretty welcoming of students who want to get involved and want to vote. So activists, the non-student activists and communities are usually glad to have the students voting and doing other things. It's so it's usually, the problem is usually outside these towns. So that's just protects the right to vote. I think we should give the governor a chance to correct the mistake he made back in 2019. And so I urge, obviously it'll take a bipartisan effort, but I urge the committee to pass HB 538, and it basically just simplifies. This makes the whole issue a little less complicated. Right now, I think the law is pretty pretty convoluted, and it'll still be kind of convoluted after this passes, but it'll be a little bit simpler and fairer and just more workable for everyone else. So that's basically what I have to say about my bill. And I guess I know we're already about exactly an hour behind schedule, which actually is not as bad as I feared, but certainly be happy to take any questions if anybody wants to ask them.
Thank you, Representative Horgan, for introducing the bill and being willing to take questions. Is there anybody who would like to ask any questions? Committee members, any questions of Representative Horgan? I'm not seeing any, so thank you, Representative Horgan, for representing the bill. Also signed up to speak on this bill is Deborah Nelson. Deborah Nelson, if you're here, could you raise your hand? Mr. Barnes, are you still with us? Mr. Barnes, I have you registered to speak on this bill. Thank you, Mr. Barnes. If you unmute, I think you should be all set to join us.
I am still here, and I thank you again for giving me the opportunity to speak. I will save you the time and let you go along. Hopefully we'll catch up with our time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Barnes. And I would understand you to be opposed to the bill, right? Or in favor of the bill, just to clarify, because you didn't say that. As you signed, right?
Yes, yes.
If you, because it's helpful if you've spoken at least. Thank you for saving the time, but I appreciate you saying your position on the bill.
Okay,
all right.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Also, joining us this morning to speak on this bill is Representative Abramson. Representative Abramson, I believe you should be able to join us. If you unmute.
Yep, I unmuted and then it muted me again. Representative Lynn and I have been going back and forth with the municipal and county for another bill. We tried to introduce House Bill 531. I wonder if it would be out of order to bring it up or introduce it now.
I have no idea what you're talking about, Representative Abramson.
House Bill 531 was scheduled for 10:30 a.m. relative to determining qualifications of voters and establishing provisional voter registration and provisional ballots.
And there was a reference for an amendment, and I texted our Pam Smarling, our very able legislative assistant, who knew nothing about an amendment, so she wasn't able to send it down to us. I have officially closed the public hearing, Representative Abramson, and I don't know that I want to establish the precedent of reopening it. So if you have an amendment, if you could send that along to the committee with written testimony, we would be happy to consider it in executive session.
Okay, I did send an amendment to the election law committee a couple of weeks ago, so I'll go find that and I'll resubmit that.
Is that the same amendment that we're talking about?
It may very well be. I'm not sure if I'm the sponsor on that one. There may be another amendment that's come through.
We've been getting a number of amendments sent, so if you could get that clarified and send it as a new submission to us, that would be terrific.
Okay, and if the chair would be willing to establish a subcommittee, I could come in and speak for that if you want to get into the nuts and bolts of this. But that's obviously up to the committee.
Okay, so far we haven't done any subcommittees, and we'll have to see how the committee feels about doing that as we exec our last bills. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative Abramson. Is there anybody else here to speak in regards to 538? 538 is proposed by Representative Horgan relative to certain requirements and definitions for voting. I'm not seeing any, so I'm going to close the public hearing on 538. 538 was the last bill that we had scheduled for public hearing this morning. We have executive session scheduled today. Executive session was scheduled to begin possibly at 12, depending where we were, with a break perhaps for lunch. I'm going to consolidate the bills that are on for executive session and begin with them at 1:30. So we are on break until 1:30. Thank you, everybody, for staying with us all morning, and we'll see you again in 51 minutes. Thank you. All right, this is Barbara Griffin speaking. This is the New Hampshire House Election Committee. I want to thank everybody on the committee for their perseverance with my bad scheduling and the conduct of the hearings this morning. This afternoon, we have some bills scheduled for executive session. I'm just going to run through them again. 61, 144, 285, 291, 292, 327, 406, 537, 372, 480, 491, 516, and 524. So, having said that, I think we are all here. Do you have the rules with Representative Murray set for Representative Ward, right?
Yep.
Okay, and I apologize to the committee. I have a very weird screen in front of me. They haven't quite figured out how to keep the panelists the only ones on the screen. So we end up with a lot more people than are on the committee. We are going to go into executive session. I will just remind people that if you are voting and not on the screen, I need you to be on the screen to vote. So with that, the first bill for today is House Bill 61. 61 is relative to absentee voting and allowing for the partial processing of absentee ballots prior to Election Day. We had a public hearing on that last week. On the 4th, is there a motion on HB 61? Representative Groen.
Madam Chair, I move HB 61 ITL.
Is there a second?
Second that.
Representative Wells seconds it. Would you like to speak to your motion?
I would, Madam Chair. Some weeks ago, I traveled to a distant state to transact business. It served for my personal protection and for the protection of an orderly society to verify my identity, to enter a bus, to board an airplane, to purchase a property, even to withdraw my own money from my own bank account. Some would argue that the high privilege of voting, an act that directs the destiny of the state and country we love, should be done casually and with little or no assurance that the person voting is precisely who he or she says she is. This bill proposes to expand absentee voting without establishing clear, verifiable, and irrefutable evidence that the persons so directing the destiny of our towns, cities, state, and nation are precisely who they say they are. Madam Chair and fellow committee members, imagine if banks allowed absentee withdrawal of your money from your account at your bank without clear proof of identification. Just a flippant concept of we trust people to do the right thing. That's a scary thought, isn't it? I urge you to vote ITL on this proposal to expand absentee voting without establishing a process for clear, absolute, and verifiable identification of each and every voter.
Would anybody else like to speak to the motion on the floor? The motion on the floor is on HB 61 and the motion is ITL. I'm not seeing anything, so I'm going to ask the clerk to call the roll.
Representative McDonald?
Yes.
Representative Susan O'Brien? Yes. Representative Sweeney?
Yes.
Representative Hayward?
Yes.
Representative Moody?
Yes.
Representative Trojan?
Yes.
Representative Berry?
Yes.
Representative Groen?
Yes.
Representative Quayle?
Yes.
Clerk says yes. Representative Cody?
Push it away a little bit. Representative Cody, are you with us?
I think he's having login problems.
All right, let's call him at the end of the roll to see if he gets on. Continue.
Representative Representative Ward,
No, Representative Murray.
no. Sorry. Representative Bergeron,
No.
Representative Sandler,
No.
Representative Hamer,
No.
Representative Lane,
Representative Lane on mute. Thank you. We can't hear you again, but is that a no vote? It's a no.
Representative Freitas,
No.
Representative Hamblett,
No.
Farkas,
No.
Representative Cody,
Chair votes yes.
11-8.
Yep. HB 61 was inexpedient to legislate. The vote was 11-1. I will wait to hear on a minority report from Representative Cody. 11-8, excuse me, 11-8. I wrote it down right. The next bill to be considered by this committee in executive session is HB 144. This had a public hearing on March 4th. It modifies the absentee ballot request form and envelopes. Is there a motion on this bill? Representative Quayle.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. I move that the committee find HB 144 inexpedient to legislate.
Is there a second?
I second that. Madam Chair.
Representative Hayward seconds it. Would you like to speak to your motion, Representative Quayle?
Yes, I would, Madam Chairman. Thank you. This bill proposes changes to the application forms for absentee ballots by amending RSA 657-4 and changes to the absentee ballot affidavit envelopes by amending RSA 657-7. I believe that some of the proposed changes are in conflict with the absentee voting eligibility requirements of RSA 657-1. For example, application changes proposed in Section 1 of HB 144, and this is on page 1, line 30, page 2, lines 2 to 6, appear to conflict with the stipulation of RSA 657:1, Section Roman numeral 2, that eligibility is due to National Weather Service winter storm warnings, etc., for Election Day apply only to absentee voting on the Monday before Election Day, and that an applicant must satisfy other conditions listed in RSA 657:1, Roman numeral 2, parts A and B. Therefore, it is my opinion that the committee should find HB 144 inexpedient to legislate. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on HB 144 from anybody here or online? Representative Murray?
Yeah, may I just have a point of order for 1 second? I think that Representative Cody is trying to get in. Could somebody reach out to him? I guess he's not able to connect in somehow.
I can resend him the link, Madam Chairman. I don't know. I'd also try to find tech support. Do you know what the nature of the problem is?
I don't.
He didn't say.
Yeah, why don't you resend the link? I think sometimes if you start from a new email with a new link, sometimes it works different.
All right, I'll do that in 2 seconds. It's done.
All right, we'll wait. Representative Murray, to your point, I actually hadn't looked at my screen. I didn't realize he wasn't on yet. Let's wait a couple of minutes to see if he can get on. So we're in, nothing going on for a couple of minutes. Let me just ask everybody while we're on hold to see if Representative Cody can get on. Could everybody hear the clerk read the names? Because we've got a different microphone set up. There he is. Representative Cody joins us. Could you hear her calling the names all right?
Nope.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I for some reason I was depanelisted for some reason.
I had nothing to do with it. I just want you to know.
I'm sure not, Madam Chair.
I wouldn't have a clue. I'm just figuring out how to raise and lower hands. Never mind do anything that fancy.
And the message that you have on your phone that says I've been depanelisted is from me, in case you don't recognize the phone number.
All right. So the clerk, if I don't do it, people remind me, the clerk is going to have to depress the red button on her microphone when she does the roll so you can hear her. All right. Representative Cody now joins us. We are on House Bill 144. The motion on the floor is ITL. I asked if anybody wanted to say anything, and I am not seeing any comments, so I'm going to ask the clerk to call the roll. Is your red button pressed?
Yes.
There you go. Okay.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien. Representative Sweeney.
Yes.
Representative Hayward.
Yes.
Representative Mooney.
Yes.
Representative Terosian.
Yes.
Representative Berry.
Yes.
Representative Groen.
Yes.
Representative Quayle.
Yes.
Clerk is yes. Representative Cody.
Motion is ITL, is that right?
Yes.
The vote is no.
Could we just see you for a second, Representative Cody? I have
Oh,
no.
certainly. One moment.
Thank you.
Here I am.
Representative Murray.
No.
Representative Bergeron.
No.
Representative Sandler.
No.
Representative Hamer.
No.
Representative Lane.
No.
Representative Freitas.
No.
Representative Hamblett.
No.
Representative Muirhead.
No.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Okay, so 11-9.
Okay. Thank you. HB 144 will be reported inexpedient to legislate. I will wait to hear on a minority report. HB 285 is also before us this morning. This is relative to the verification of voter checklists. We had a public hearing on this bill on February 12th. Is there a motion on HB 285? Representative Prudhomme O'Brien.
Thank you. I move ought to pass on 285.
Is there a second? Would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, this bill cleans up our checklists, and it provides for more oversight for the Secretary of State and the to follow up and alert town clerks when similar names are found registered in more than one community, and also has provisions that would allow the Division of Motor Vehicles to do the same sort of thing when there is a change of address. This is a good idea, and this will help to clarify the expectations for all communities and standardize that and improve that situation here in our state. So I think it's a good bill and ought to pass.
Thank you. Are there any other comments on HB 285, which is before this committee with a motion of ought to pass? I'm not seeing any comments or anybody wanting to make a comment, so I'm going to ask the clerk to call for the roll.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien.
Yes.
Representative Sweeney.
Yes.
Representative Hayward.
Yes.
Representative Mooney.
Yes.
Representative Terosian.
Yes.
Representative Berry.
Yes.
Representative Groen.
Yes.
Representative Quayle.
Yes.
Clerk is yes. Representative Cody.
No.
Murray,
No.
Representative Bergeron,
No.
Representative Sandler,
No.
Representative Hamer,
No.
Representative Lane,
No.
Representative Freitas,
No.
Representative Hamblett,
No.
and Representative Muirhead.
No.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
11 to 9.
HB 285 will go to the full house with the committee recommendation, vote 11-9 of ought to pass. I will wait to hear on a minority report. 291 is the next bill notice for action this afternoon. 291 had a public hearing on March 4th. This is related to the public inspection of ballot absentee lists. Does anybody have a motion on HB 291? Representative Sweeney,
Madam Chair, I move ought to pass.
is there a second?
Second the motion, Madam Chair.
Representative Sweeney, would you like to speak to your motion?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have heard in our committee, not only in the testimony on this bill, but on a number of other bills regarding the public's trust in our elections. This bill would move forward and seeks to expand public trust in our elections. And at this time, we should be supportive of such moves. So that's why I would encourage the committee to vote for it. Thank you.
Is there anybody else who wishes to speak to this motion? I'm seeing none in the room or online. I'm going to ask the clerk to call the roll. The vote before the committee is ought to pass HB 291.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien. Yes. Representative Sweeney,
Yes.
Representative Hayward,
Yes.
Representative Mooney,
Yes.
Representative Terosian,
Yes.
Representative Berry,
Yes.
Representative Groen,
Yes.
Representative Quayle,
Yes.
clerk is yes. Representative Cody,
No.
Thank you.
Representative Murray,
You're welcome, Madam Chair.
No.
Representative Bergeron,
No.
Representative Sandler,
No.
Representative Hamer,
No.
Representative Lane,
No.
Representative Freitas,
No.
Representative Hamblett,
No.
Representative Muirhead.
No.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
vote is 11 to 9.
House Bill 291 will be reported to the full House as ought to pass, and I'll wait to hear on a minority report. The next bill before the committee this afternoon is House Bill 292, relative to the absentee ballot application process. This had a presentation before the committee on the 4th, of March. Is there a motion on HB 292? Representative Groen, do you have a motion?
Madam Chair, I move HB 292 ought to pass.
Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Berry. Representative Groen, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, I would. This bill is one small but important step in verifying the identity of a voter who requests that a ballot be sent to an address other than the address shown on the voter checklist. Voting is a high privilege, an act that directs the destiny of the state and country we love. It should be done with clear and verifiable evidence that the person voting is precisely who he or she says he or she is. This bill moves us toward that reasonable goal. I urge you to vote ought to pass on HB 292.
Thank you, Representative Groen. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak to the motion on the floor? I'm looking in person and on the screen. I'm not seeing anybody, so I'm going to ask the clerk to call the roll. The bill is HB 292 and the motion on the floor is OTP. Ought to pass.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien,
Yes.
Representative Sweeney,
Yes.
Representative Hayward,
Yes.
Representative Mooney. Yes. Representative Terosian,
Yes.
Representative Berry,
Yes.
Representative Groan,
Yes.
Representative Quayle,
Yes.
clerk is yes, Representative Cody,
No.
Representative Murray,
Thank you.
No.
Representative Bergeron,
No.
Representative Sandler,
No.
Representative Hamer,
No.
Representative Lane,
No.
Representative Freitas,
No.
Representative Hamblett,
No.
Representative Muirhead,
No.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
the vote is 11 to 9.
HB 292 will go on the calendar as ought to pass. I will wait to hear on a minority report. The next bill scheduled for today, or at least that was on our list, was 327. There was a public hearing on that last week. There is the sponsor. We're going to continue that to Wednesday. There was some question about whether or not someone wanted to do an amendment, so we're continuing that till Wednesday. Some people think doing this stuff online is easier. I'm not always quite sure that it's worked out that way. So 327, please put on your list for Wednesday. The next bill is HB 406. This had a public hearing on 3/4. This was relative to the ability of the public to observe the processing and counting of absentee ballots. Is there a motion on this matter? Representative Prudhomme O'Brien?
Yes, I move to retain the bill. It's not quite ready for prime time.
Is there a second?
I second the motion, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Representative Prudhomme O'Brien.
We have time to work on this bill. It's related to some other bills that are similar in nature that we will be taking up soon, and we'll get to this when that's more appropriate, is my hope.
Is there any further discussion on the motion on the floor, which is to retain HB 406?
Yes, Madam Chair. Could I just ask what's contemplated to be, assuming this is retained?
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien?
I'm sorry, we're on 406. Is this right? I'm getting some,
Yeah.
okay, I'm getting some different feedback here. We're not, I think there's still some things to discuss about this because there are other bills that are related to the processing and counting of absentee ballots that are related to this one, and should those pass, this may not be relevant. So
I'm not sure. My recollection that I'll be voting for retaining is because there's some question as to whether we need to further define the pre-processing procedure. And I think that the public hearing testimony on this indicated that the issue that drove the bill was actually a pre-processing issue, not an election day issue. So I think in light of the need of amendments and other bills, the sponsor thought that retaining it was more appropriate. And I apologize for putting words in the sponsor's mouth, but I'm just sort of more geared up on where we are than it's hard to keep up, I know.
with 21 bills just today alone, it is a challenge.
So I hope, Representative Cody, that gives you a little more insight.
A little more, yes, Madam Chair.
Thank you. There any other questions or discussion on the motion to retain HB 406? I'm not seeing any, so I'm going to ask the clerk to call the roll.
Representative Wayne, Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien, Representative Sweeney,
Yes.
Representative Hayward,
Yes.
Representative Mooney,
Yes.
Representative Terosian,
Yes.
Representative Berry,
Yes.
Representative Groan,
Yes.
Representative Quayle,
Yes.
clerk says yes. Representative Cody,
No, with all due respect to the chair.
And can we see you, Representative Cody?
You could see me, yes, in one moment.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Representative Murray,
No.
Representative Bergeron,
No.
Representative Sandler,
No.
Representative Hamer,
No.
Representative Lane,
No.
Representative Freitas,
No.
Representative Hamblett,
Yes.
Representative Muirhead,
No.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Okay, so that's 12-8.
HB 406 will be reported to the clerk's office as retained. The next bill to be considered by this committee is 537. This is relative to the date of the state primary. The public hearing on this was January 29th, which seems a lot longer away than a little over a month. And this change of the state primary was represented as being at the request of the Secretary of State in regards to special circumstances processing UCAVA ballots. Is there a motion on this? Representative Wells,
I make a motion to retain this bill.
is there a second?
I will second.
Their motion on the floor is to retain House Bill 537. Representative Wells, would you like to speak to your motion on your bill?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As the Secretary of State stated, every so many years, there's not enough time to mail out the OCAVA ballots. And since this has been a New Hampshire primary practice since 1910, and we are considering other timeframes, I ask we retain 537.
And by timeframes, you're referring to timeframe, other dates to possibly move the primary.
Yes.
Okay. Is there any further discussion on the motion on the floor, which is to retain HB 537? I'm not seeing anything, so I'm going to ask the clerk to call the roll.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien,
Yes.
Representative Sweeney,
Yes.
Representative Hayward,
Yes.
Representative Mooney,
Yes.
Representative Terosian,
Yes.
Representative Berry,
Yes.
Representative Groan,
Yes.
Representative Quayle,
Yes.
clerk is yes. Representative Cody,
Yes.
Representative Murray,
Yes.
Representative Bergeron,
Yes.
Representative Sandler,
Yes.
Representative Hamer,
Yes.
Representative Lane,
Yes.
Representative Freitas,
Yes.
Representative Hamblett,
Yes.
Representative Muirhead,
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Okay, it's 20-0.
HB 537 is retained by the committee. The vote was 20
To 0.
to 0. Our next block of bills to be voted on today was 372, 480, 491, 516, and 524. HB 372 had a public hearing on March 4th, and this was relative to the enforcement of election laws. There was also an amendment sent out to the committee, I believe 0641H. Does anybody have a motion to make on 372 or the amendment? Representative Sweeney.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I move we find House Bill 372 inexpedient to legislate, and I'd like to speak to my motion.
Is there a Representative McDonald seconded? Go ahead.
While I appreciate the sponsor's intent of the bill, there was significant opposition from the county attorneys and their representative to including them in the process for enforcing election laws. And I believe that we as a state should be focused on one entity enforcing our laws. And if this committee so chooses at a future date with future legislation, focuses on that entity and not expanding the burden to other entities throughout the state that aren't currently prepared for this. So I do agree with the intention of the bill. I understand where the sponsor was coming from, but I do not believe that the way that he prescribed it is the way we should go forward. Thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments on the motion on the floor, which is inexpedient to legislate HB 372? I'm not seeing any, so I'm going to ask the clerk to call the roll.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien,
Yes.
Representative Sweeney,
Yes.
Representative Hayward.
Yes.
Representative Mooney,
Yes.
Representative Terosian,
Yes.
Representative Berry,
Yes.
Representative Crone,
Yes.
Representative Quayle,
Yes.
clerk is yes. Representative Cody,
Yes.
Representative Murray,
Yes.
Representative Bergeron,
Yes.
Representative Sandler,
Yes.
Representative Hamer,
Yes.
Representative Lane,
Yes.
Representative Freitas,
Yes.
Representative Hamblett,
Yes.
Representative Muirhead,
Yes.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
20-0.
HB 372 will go to the House as recommended to be found inexpedient to legislate with, if there is no objection, I will be recommending this go on the consent calendar. The next bill this committee has before it to consider is HB 480 relative to the verification of ballots cast in an election. This had a public hearing on 3/5. Is there a motion on HB 480? Representative Berry.
Yes, Madam Chairman, I move that we retain House Bill 480.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Representative Sweeney, it seconds it. Representative Berry, would you like to speak to your motion?
Very briefly, Madam Chairman, the sponsor of this bill contacted me. He's still in process working with the Secretary of State on this bill, so he asked that it be retained, so I'm honoring his wishes.
Is there any further discussion on HB 480, which is now before the committee with the motion to retain? I'm not seeing any hands online, in person, or in pictures. So if the clerk could call the roll.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien,
Hear her.
Representative Sweeney,
Yes.
Representative Hayward,
Yes.
Representative Mooney,
Yes.
Representative Terosian,
Yes.
Representative Berry,
Yes.
Representative Crone,
Yes.
Representative Quayle,
Yes.
clerk is yes. Representative Cody, Representative Cody,
Let's give him a minute.
I'm
Berry?
sorry. I'm sorry. The vote is no.
If we can see you,
Oh, certainly.
thank you.
Representative Murray,
No.
Representative Bergeron,
No.
Representative Sandler,
No.
Representative Hamer,
No.
Representative Lane,
No.
Representative Freitas,
No.
Representative Hamblett,
No.
Representative Muirhead,
No.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
it's 11-9.
HB 480 will be retained. The next bill scheduled to be addressed this afternoon is 491 relative to overvoted ballots. We had a public hearing on this on March 5th. Is there a motion? Representative Terosian.
Yes, Madam Chair, I make a motion to find House Bill 491 inexpedient to legislate.
Is there a second?
I second that.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien seconds it. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So we've heard all day today how important our voting rights are. in this state. And it's one of the most sacred rights that we have and most important things that we do today. So in light of that, I believe that we have the responsibility to pay attention to the ballot. And we've heard some discussion on this bill that sometimes people make a mistake. Well, that's possible in life and certainly happens. And even people that are informed sometimes make a mark in the wrong place. At some point, you have to draw the line as to how long you can go with opening things back up and giving somebody a chance to take another look at it. I mean, one could argue you could drag the process on forever. So in light of that, there are ways you can minimize the error. Most towns, virtually every town I'm aware of in the state, puts a sample ballot on to their website. And most towns allow you to go into the town clerk and pick up a sample ballot. And if you examine the ballots, in fact, in our town, we have an election tomorrow, town election, you can take a look at the ballot. You can see who's on the ballot. You can research who's on it, warrant articles and so forth. And you can also take a look if it's a race that has more than one person running and you can vote more than one, you can see those numbers. So in light of all of that, I believe we shouldn't change this because, again, if we do, it also potentially creates a couple different classes because under the analysis of this bill, it requires ballots that include a federal office, but not necessarily ones that don't. So on one hand, you're going to allow it, on another hand, you're not. And then if somebody chooses to change it, one could argue they may be over-franchised where somebody else that doesn't or doesn't have a chance to would be under-franchised. So in light of all of these reasons, I ask you to join me in finding this legislation inexpedient to legislate. Thank you.
Does anybody else wish to speak to the motion on the floor? Representative Prudhomme O'Brien.
Thank you. I heard somebody make a comment. First of all, this is not exactly related, but that they could not hear me when I was voting and I was not using my microphone. I think people know I voted with the majority of all the bills that we've heard so far. So I just want to let that be said. This bill, I think, has some positive intentions, and that's what the sponsor was going for, but I don't think it's appropriate for the towns that have hand counts. They don't put the ballots into the ballot counting machine. And that means that in order to find out if someone is doing an overvote, you have to look at their ballot when they're in front of you, giving you their ballot. So these are some major privacy issues for those people. And that's why this bill should be inexpedient to legislate. It should not pass.
Is there any further discussion on HB 491, which is in front of the committee with the motion of inexpedient to legislate? I'm not seeing anything or hearing, so I'm going to ask the clerk to call.
Madam Clerk?
Oh, sorry.
There were several of us raising our hands, I think.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I think maybe even with these glasses, I need to be closer to the screen. Representative Lane.
I want to speak in opposition to the motion, please.
Okay, go ahead.
This bill does not is aimed at correcting machine mistakes, not necessarily voter mistakes. As Representative Porter testified, many of these that are rejected by the machine are because of errors or marks on the ballots themselves. It's not due to mistakes. And given the importance of being of an election and our right to vote, I think it's important that we give somebody an extra few minutes if they need it to either figure out if it's the machine or if they didn't color in the block the right color. And it does not affect the hand vote towns. It only applies to the machine vote towns. It does not, I do not think it creates a class, a special class. I will be voting against.
Thank you, Representative Lane. Does somebody else have their hand up? I'm not seeing an electronic hand, but if there is a hand. Thank you. I don't think I'm seeing anything else. I will just say that my recollection was the concern was not that this was machine count, but that people voting in hand count towns would not have the same opportunity to have their ballot corrected because those ballots go directly into a box that are not removed to the end of the night. So there were a couple of different distinctions as to what was going on. Any further comments on this bill? I'm not seeing any, so I'm going to ask the clerk to call a roll, which is HB 491. Motion on the floor is ITL. All right, I've got the go. Thank you, Natalie. Go ahead, Representative Wells.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien,
Yes.
Representative Sweeney,
Yes.
Representative Hayward,
Yes.
Representative Mooney,
Yes.
Representative Terosian,
Yes.
Representative Berry,
Yes.
Representative Groen,
Yes.
Representative Quayle,
Yes.
clerk is yes. Representative Cody,
No,
Thank you.
Representative Murray,
Representative Murray, if you unmute, we'll be all set.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I was unmuted. No.
Thanks.
Representative Bergeron,
No.
Representative Sandler,
No.
Representative Hamer,
No.
Representative Lane,
No.
Representative Freitas,
No.
Representative Hamblett,
No.
Representative Muirhead,
No.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
11-9.
491 will be recommended to the House as inexpedient to legislate. I'll wait to hear on a minority report. The next bill before us today is 516, allowing voters to vote by absentee ballot with no excuse. The public hearing on this was March 4th. Is there someone who wants to make a motion on this? Representative Mooney.
Madam Chairman, I would make a motion that we ITL House Bill 516.
Is there a second?
Madam Chair, I make a motion, I make the second to ITL.
Thank you, Representative Terosian. Representative Mooney, would you like to speak to your motion?
I would. Thank you so much. This bill takes out excuse from excused voting, that is absentee voting. Historically, absentee voting is allowed when there is an excuse for one reason or another to not appear in person on election day. To adopt this bill would be to truly substantially change our elections and our election day. And there really was no sustaining evidence that needs to be done. So for that reason, I would ask my colleagues to support a motion of ITL on House Bill 516.
Thank you, Representative Mooney. Is there anybody else that would like to speak to the motion that's on the floor?
yes, I would, Madam Chair. I'd like to speak against the motion.
Thank you, Representative Cody.
And all I would like to say is, of course, as we saw in November, essentially, that's the situation we were operating under, in the sense that as COVID was allowed as an excuse for not voting, operationally, we had that situation, and I thought things went rather well. And I've always thought it was rather ridiculous because we have an expansive list of exceptions to that particular statute. And I think that we ought to be honest and just say, you know, if you want to vote absentee, you ought to be able to. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Cody, for commenting on it. Is there any further discussion on it? The motion on the floor is to recommend 516 inexpedient to legislate. Without any other comments, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien,
Yes.
Representative Sweeney,
Yes.
Representative Hayward,
Yes.
Representative Mooney,
Yes.
Representative Terosian,
Yes.
Representative Berry,
Yes.
Representative Groen,
Yes.
Representative Quayle,
Yes.
clerk is yes. Representative Cody,
No,
Representative Murray,
No.
Representative Bergeron,
No.
Representative Sandler,
No.
Representative Hamer,
Thank you.
No.
Representative Lane,
No.
Representative Freitas,
No.
Representative Hamblett,
No.
Representative Muirhead,
No.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Okay, 11-9.
HB 516 will go to the floor, recommended inexpedient to legislate. I'll wait to hear on whether there be a minority report. The next bill on the list for today is HB 524. We had a public hearing on that last week on the 5th, and this is regarding requiring the Secretary of State to conduct random verification counts of polling place results. Is there a motion on this? Representative Groen. Is there a second?
Madam Chair, I second the motion to retain.
Representative Groen, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, I would, Madam Chair. HB 524 FN proposes to establish a defined and routine audit process to verify the accuracy and integrity of the election process in New Hampshire. This legislature routinely affirms the importance of routine audits to assure the integrity and reliability of our banking and security industries. Those audits only deal with our money. Here we are dealing with something even more important than our money, the integrity of our vote. I do believe this very important matter needs to be addressed, but I believe this bill needs some additional work to clarify and expand its scope. So I ask you to vote to retain HB 524.
Thank you, Representative Groen. Representative Bergeron, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yes, Madam Chairman, if I may. I'm going to vote against the motion to retain. And my reason for doing so is that this is not a burdensome or unreasonable bill that would establish an audit process. The bill can easily be implemented. I also think it's time that we stopped kicking the audit can down the road. Last session, we had several bills before the committee asking that some kind of post-election audit be established. And one of those bills, Senate Bill 283, which was sponsored by Senator Gray, required that the Secretary of State submit a report by November 1st on conducting audits of electronic ballot counting devices, as well as conducting post-election audits. And that report was supposed to be submitted by November 1st. The draft has not been submitted. Unfortunately, I think I had written several reports citing the need and the expectation that this report would be coming out as a reason not to approve the other bills asking for post-election audits. I think particularly given what's been going on in Windham, it's time to move forward. I know that Senator Gray has another bill coming forward that now wants to establish a committee to study election audit counting devices. And let's just stop postponing this. This is a reasonable bill. It's easy to implement, and I think it should be passed.
Does anybody else want to speak to this motion? Representative Terosian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think most of us agree that we do want to see this passed, and that's why we're retaining it, so we can make sure we iron out the details, so when we pass it, we've got it correct. That's the reason for the retained motion.
The chair is going to take the opportunity to say she would like to see something passed, but in doing that, I am concerned that the focus is solely on an audit. To date, we have not had a specific audit process because we have more recounts than any other jurisdiction. Getting a recount in New Hampshire is incredibly easy. And true, a recount deals with a particular race as compared to the functioning of the machine across the ballot. But I think there needs to be an overview approach to this. I am aware that there are bills coming from the Senate to do something similar, but I am also concerned when I have someone come in and say that they've picked 3 polling places of a particular place and 2 polling places randomly. And I guess I would like to know statistically from an audit standpoint, if there are 240 polling places, is that amount of audit statistically significant? And I suggest to you that neither the sponsor or anybody in this room could answer that question. So there's no point in doing the audit, but from that standpoint in my mind, because if all we're doing is a check of tabulation, we're effectively doing that with recounts. But I think the concept is incredibly important. And I would like to make sure that we are not stopped as a body this year from addressing it next year. So I'm going to support the motion to retain, but I don't like kicking things down the road. Retaining, I think other committees are retaining a lot more bills than we are because they're sort of doing that, and I don't really want to, but that's sort of where I am on this one. Anybody else? Representative Lane.
I would agree with Attorney, Representative Bergeron. And mostly because, as he referenced, we voted on this, I think, twice. This is only my second term, but I think I've seen this bill 2 or 3 times. And the Secretary of State could easily, put in regulations, could get some people to do that. I don't think we have to lay out all the details in the statute, but that's all.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? All right, I'm going to ask the clerk to call the roll.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien,
Yes.
Representative Sweeney,
Yes.
Representative Hayward,
Yes.
Representative Mooney,
Yes.
Representative Terosian,
Yes.
Representative Berry,
Yes.
Representative Groen,
Yes.
Representative Quayle,
Yes.
clerk is yes. Representative Cody,
No.
Thank you.
Representative Ward.
Murray.
Murray.
Representative Murray, I'm sorry. I was doing good up until now.
That's all right. Representative Murray votes no.
Thank you. Representative Bergeron,
No.
Representative Sandler. Representative Sandler,
Representative Sandler, where'd you go? You're not on my screen.
She's muted.
Muted, she's here.
Unmute. There we go. Okay, sorry about that. I'm muted and then unmuted. No, the vote is no.
thank you. Representative Hamer,
No.
Representative Lane,
No.
Representative Freitas,
No.
Representative Hamblett,
No.
Representative Muirhead,
No.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Okay, so 11 to 9.
HB 524 will be retained, not the end of audit bills for this committee. All right. I believe that concludes what I announced at the beginning we'd be addressing today. There had been some hope that we were going to get through all of our business today, but I think given the issues we're ending this session with, that turned out to be a little unrealistic. So we will be meeting on Wednesday at 10 o'clock, at 10, not 9:30. And for those of you present or coming to LOB, it will be back in our lowly 306, 308 room, I think on the 3rd floor. For those of you observing online, we are in the Finance Committee room today. And this is like being elevated to really important people when you sit in this room at the table. So we will be back in the other section of LOB. So to review, the bills that we will be going through on Wednesday will be SB 43, SB 2, 531, 535, 538, 554, 429, 362, 508, 327. We have previously 372. Wait, is it 327? 327 has been continued, and 98 is going to be exact on Wednesday. You should have received an email with an amendment for 98. And to tell you the truth, somebody refresh my recollection, is 327 getting an amendment, or did we just continue it? I think it might be getting.
I'm working on an amendment right now.
All right, thank you. All right, so that's the status of bills before the committee. Does anybody have any other business to bring in front of the committee today? All right, see you all on Wednesday, where I'm hoping we get through and address some pretty important issues and get to a consensus on it. So have a good evening, everybody.